What's up, chatters? How's everybody doing today? What is up, chatters? Oh yeah, Kamothi streamed today. Well, let me boot up the TikTok and the YouTube, and we can start. We back indeed. I need my eternity, bro. We pushing for that today. Okay. YouTube stream, boom. I'm back to down one due to having the worst teammates. Oof, yikes. Maybe I shouldn't go live on TikTok. I have a video rendering. I don't know if that's smart, but let's see if my computer can handle it. I'm definitely not gonna keep ranking to this videos and rendering though. It says 20 minutes left. Okay, I can just do a quick play or two. Let me go live on TikTok. Okay. Blades, Eternity ranked push. There we go. What's up, YouTube chat? Missed you guys yesterday. Didn't get to see you guys yesterday. I told you guys I wasn't allowed to stream on YouTube yesterday. Yo, Jordan, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Let me tweet the stream out. And we can get started. I might do some reactions later when I eat, because I have not ate yet. Well, I ate, but I ate like 2 hours ago, so I'm definitely gonna get hungry later. I worked out today, so we could do a long stream today. I worked out today. I already uploaded a video. Well, my video is rendering. It's not uploaded yet, but did all my shit I gotta do. So we can do like a long one probably. Probably chance. New badge. Oh, Xenoverse trailer. Yeah. Okay, I actually do have to do some reactions later then. I'll do that when I eat. Instead of doing it at the start of the stream, I'll just do it once everybody's in here later when I eat. No problem, I couldn't stand the ads anymore. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I appreciate it though. Thank you. Let me switch this. I like this one more. It's the background more, you know? The sunset. Okay. Sheesh, yo, this drama with Kingsman and what is it? This Kingsman and what is it? Jitward, that stuff is crazy. That drama is crazy. This Marvel competition got people going crazy. Is my Marvel stream up? My TikTok stream up? Oh yeah, it is. Nice. Okay. Oh, I forgot to send oh, there you go. All right, let's play a quick play. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that drama is crazy. So yeah, later we'll look at the Xenoverse stuff and back to all the other stuff I didn't see. Long stream, let's go. Yeah, we could probably do a long stream today. Probably like 9 hours or 8. I mean, 8 is the usual, but I gotta stop saying long stream because my usual already is a long stream. I looked at my hours this month and last month and the previous is like 240. 240 hours a month is ridiculous. Do you know how much hours that is? Boot up the live to ban Cap, yes sir. Hold on, you know me. We are banning that Cap. Dota update. I've never played Dota a day in my life. I ain't never played Dota a day in my life. Let me pin this on the right app. There you go. Bennett Cap, you so weird. Hey man, Blades time will come eventually too if they keep buffing them. I'm sorry, your character was next on a chopping block. Block suits, I don't know what that is. Humble B tier Cap getting her ass by a Z tier meta Blade. Whew. Rage bait. We got a rage baiter. We got a rage baiter. We got a rage baiter. Someone's mad.
3, 2,
how does it feel to be top tier?
you have to stop them from
How does it feel to be
securing
top
the mission
tier? Oh my god, my game is so laggy. I have a video rendering and I'm live on TikTok. Okay, yeah, I need that video to finish rendering. This is so laggy. I can't go to rank yet until this video's done rendering. It says it has 20 minutes left, so or probably 15 by now. Oh, I need to practice my Elsa. W. Are you Ice Frog? What are you saying, bro? Like, I have no clue what you're saying, bro. Distraction merchant getting banned. I'm banning. Yo, you seen a new buff they just gave to Venom? He has like 1,000 HP. What are you talking about? You ever play League of Legends? Yeah, a little bit, but not like that. I've been banning him. I'm not even a cat player. That's how you know he's OP. Man, you'd ban him if the reason why you're not banning is because you're not a cat player. Bro, there's nothing wrong with being top tier. Like, I don't know why these cat mains are so mad. There's nothing wrong with being top tier. Someone's got to be top tier. It just so happened to be you. It's been you for a while, actually. Like, if the dino is banned, Cap just runs rampant. He can do whatever the hell he wants. I mean, obviously you can go stuff like Iron Fist and chase him down and stuff, but like, still. Whoa, there is crazy rumbling outside. Okay, this thunder's gonna take my power out potentially. Who are your mains right now? My mains are Blade and Psylocke. You gonna leave the stream because I main Blade? Don't do to me like this, bro. Don't leave us. Did she really just ult in there? How did you not get me? Oh my god, he ulted on the right side. Moonlight.
Double KO. Just the way I like it. That's 3.
We dive deepest in Cap mains. Cap, I'm sorry, bro. I love Cap as much as the next guy, but he has to get banned. So, like, I'm banning him. I don't care. I've been banning him for the past 3 days. If Dino is banned, that dude just does whatever he wants. It's actually so frustrating. The Capagen, it's always Cap has always been meta. He's been played in pro play for so long too. It's that all the other tanks that are meta just gotten nerfed, and now he's just next on the chopping block. That's all it is. And also we're in a poke meta. You know what beats poke? Dive. You know what beats poke? Dive, bro. If I don't have a Cap player on my team, I'm banning Cap. It's not rocket science. Like, I don't know. Can I get a heal, please? Thank you.
Us against the world.
Us against the world. Can I get a... Thank you. Oh, help! 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 Oh, winning hand.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Wow.
Oh, winning hand.
Farewell.
Oh, winning hand.
Another epic victory.
Oh, let me switch the view for TikTok. This should be better for you guys. I changed it. You guys gonna... Oh, that is my Photoshop for my Vegas. That is not the right thing. There we go. That should be good for you guys. Yeah, you low-key cop. Thank you. Flawless performance indeed. Holy fan service. Hey man. Welcome to Rivals. Welcome to Rivals. Mark BZ. Big Mark. Is he winning? Big Mark. Hey, you doing alright? You be fine. I gotta play another quick play. I still have a video rendering. It says 11 minutes left. I'm not playing right until this video is done rendering, because my frames are lower than normal. I think the easiest role is support. Support. I'll play Elsa this match, yeah. I need to practice my Elsa. My Elsa is like low-key bones. You gonna play Tokon? Hell yes. Hell yes, we're playing Tokon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we're playing Tokon. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Started playing yesterday and my mom walked in on me checking the new summer skins and she thought I was watching porn. Oh no, that's not good. Oh god. How like old is your mom? Or not old is your mom? Like, I guess I should ask how old is your mom, because like if your mom was young she wouldn't think that. Like, if she's like elderly, I guess I can see that. Would my mom think that? I don't think my mom would think that, because she knows I don't care about stuff like that. I don't know. Because all I do is work 24/7, so she knows I wouldn't be doing something like that. She turned 50? Oh, well, actually, not age. Does she like know games and stuff like that? For example, like my mom doesn't even know what GTA is. She don't know what the hell GTA is. Like she doesn't know nothing about gaming. Does your mom like know stuff about gaming? I guess if she doesn't, I guess I can see that. But... Hey, we're in close, so like I don't know.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'd rather be hunting dragons and the like.
The French.
But I
Does any of your
suppose
family watch your
saving
content?
the
No, not really. Other than my brother. I guess my brother, because he plays Rivals.
Here comes
I queued it from the other day.
A little help, please.
Breathing gunshot.
My brother has it.
Love that kid. Dodge this, mate. Diablo.
Mission area is
Ran in my trap.
KO.
Dodge this, mate. You made quite the hunting party.
Mission area is
I think I gotta go in training mode.
Now that's a bit. Cheers, mate.
Now that's a big gun.
We still got work to do.
I'm sorry.
Love that kid.
Can I hold it if I just do the E shot? Hold on, let me try this.
Got you good.
Oh, you can! I'm a bot. I didn't know that. That's how people do the combo so fast. Okay, that makes sense.
Dodge this, mate.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow, I didn't know you could hold it after you use your E. Like, if you shift, you can shift E. You can just literally hold it. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Okay, I don't know how I didn't get healed. Also, still fun to watch and play. Yeah, she's really fun.
half of the mission
My ults have been questionable with her lately, though. So I'm playing her.
Back from the grave, better than ever. Got you good.
We defend what's ours. Control lost.
This song makes me want to play Judgment. Oh my god. This song makes me want to play Judgment again. I didn't mean to do that.
I'm good to go.
Much better.
From the grave, got you good.
Where are you? Okay, Mom, I don't know.
This feels empty.
When's the Infer swimsuit skin? Hey, yo.
Shot to the soul. Cheers, mate. Love that kick. Thanks for the
I
light.
walled, but like, with 3 DPS. Pretty annoying ones, too.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Iron Man, Magic, Cyclops. Like, how am I gonna get a holdout? Like, what's... Oh my goodness, bro. I hate this map. I low-key hate this map too, low-key. This map is kind of annoying. Not my favorite, that's for sure.
Love that kick.
I'm doing this my way.
Behold the child.
Never fall.
They've almost got it.
This is much better.
Oh my lordy.
Shanti's power.
Release the Gloriox!
Are you... What did he even hit me in the back?
Release the Gloriox!
Okay.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
We're an Iron Man.
Shot to the soul!
Yeah, my team's kind of mid. My team's kind of mid, unfortunately. Hello, wait, did I pin it on? Oh, I did. Okay, nice.
Why can't a girl ever get a bloody day off?
Why is this not working?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Blade deployed. It ain't cheap. I thought that the Gloriox was bonded to your
There we go.
brother Cullen.
With the help of
Should I
a
do song request
certain
today?
grizzled thunder god, I managed to isolate it
Oh, I have
for
a
my own
DC.
purposes.
That's phenomenal.
And
Phenomenal.
Depends. But when our enemies
I got a DM
attack,
Tato.
having an
battle
insatiable,
starts in 5,
soul-devouring beast
4,
around
3,
really isn't so bad.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Travel across the universe for love.
I'm gonna ask him something.
Still couldn't get away from the
Fuck.
fighting.
Match started, damn it.
Love that kick.
Love that kick. Yo, Akia? AQ, wait, what's AQY? Is that supposed to say Aqua? What's it follow?
Always glad to help.
Got you good.
Looks like the mission area.
I feel like it's supposed to say Aqua, but it doesn't say Aqua, so like I'm getting confused. That was Deadpool's annoying as shit.
Cheers, mate.
Taking it all.
Somehow you do nicely. Got you good. Dodge this way. Diablo hunting.
What? He even killed me.
Mission area is yours.
Oh my god, it was a Deadpool shooting me this whole time. I didn't know.
Whoever took me out. Love that kick.
Yeah, I gotta get better at this combo. I'm not doing it right.
Control lost.
Love that kick. Shot to the soul.
Nice.
Cheers, mate. Dodge this way.
This is real firepower.
Oh my goodness.
Need to heal fast. Breathing gunshot. Got you good. Dodge this, mate.
What?
Don't get back up.
Oh my god, he doesn't even like. That's my problem with this character. He doesn't even have to look at you, and you still die. Look, he's missing every shot. That's so silly.
Control C's.
Love that kick.
Relay deployed. Here is an enemy to pursue.
Shot to the soul. Release. That's
Maximum pulse.
You got it all, Fox. Love that kick.
That's not good.
Cheers, mate. Watch your step. Shot to the
Half of the mission area. Keep going.
Got you good. Dodge this, mate. Here comes the
I think I can play ranked. I think I can play ranked with this. My frames aren't that bad. I don't want to play ranked it because my frames are kind of low since I'm editing a video. I mean, rendering a video, but I think I can play ranked with this. It's not that bad.
I have time to fall.
Shot to the soul.
Glory hole's yours.
Rip 2-second dash. Rip the 2-second dash.
Dodge this, mate. Hell, I could use that. Come behind me. Dodge this, mate. Release. That's
Going to overtime.
Where is he?
got you good.
Maximum pulse.
You're so weird. Come back, come back. No, don't let him kill me. No, bro. This guy is so bad, bro. Look at this, man. Oh my goodness, bro. His mobility is actually so broken, bro.
Back from the grave.
It's so annoying, bro. That character's mobility is so insane. Just losing the Cyclops just angers me.
His power.
Cause like the character is so overtuned right now. Mobility and his damage, like it's so overtuned just across the board.
Dodge this, mate.
So losing that guy gets me so angry.
Double KO.
Diablo's hungry.
It just gets me so frustrated, bro. Because I shouldn't be dying to that guy. Like, especially when they have bad aim, it's like, oh my god. If they have good aim, I don't mind. But like, most Cyclopses don't have that type of aim. So like, when you die to it, it's just like frustrating. It's like, bro, why did I just die to this guy? Are you serious? Like, can we be for real? That guy kills me there? Okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's been way too long since we did the whole Agents of Atlas thing, Amy.
My
Almost
bad.
all of my time has been devoted to running.
Just frustrating.
I get it. You're busy saving the world with your new crew to save the world.
I feel like I don't do it fast enough. Let me see.
No, it's not.
The battle starts in 5,
Who DM'd me?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
They say that music brings the world together. But right now, I think we need superheroes for that.
Oops.
Got you good.
Ow! That fucking hurts!
Nice. Can we see some Blade gameplay? Yeah, we're gonna play Blade. Don't worry.
Mission area is
I'm
yours to capture.
I'm not. This isn't ranked. I'm literally just warming up. Can I get a heal? Can I? Okay. For some odd reason, there's a like a Deadpool that's just like flanking for some reason. Like I don't get it.
My hunt's not as cheers, mate.
Yeah, we're gonna play Blade. Don't worry. Some odd reason there's a flanking.
Cheers, mate. Watch your step.
I have tagged them full.
Here comes the horse.
A nice deep freeze.
Not like this. Watch your step. Cheers, mate. Breathing gunshot.
Yo, unleash. Alright, my video's done rendering. We're playing ranked after this match. I hit a shot. That works.
Thanks for the light.
You didn't get her?
Watch your step. Got you good. You really should go.
Have you ever played Rivals with your life on the line? Have you?
Breathing gunshot.
Is the lock over yet? Or is that shit still going? The lock is over, no?
Breathing gunshot.
Like the manga, that's over, no?
Need assistance.
Any tips for Psylocke? I have tons of Psylocke videos. I recommend watching those. But I think you get like how I got better with Psylocke. I watched higher level Psylocks. So I watched boy Tato. He's the one above all Psylocke. What is their bacon? I just showed that shit. Where the fuck is this guy at? He's just bouncing around.
I'll patch you up.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Cooked. Alright, my Psylocke, I mean not my Psylocke, my Elsa feels good now. Just had to warm up with her a little bit. Let's play ranked. Also, I'm uploading today's video.
Another epic victory. Big win.
What the fuck is this? I have yet to use Dino Devil. Dino Devil was fun. You don't like Dino Devil? Don't be afraid of the dino. The dinos won't hurt you. Just pet the dino. I'm going to turn song request on. Please do not troll my song request. Keep in mind, song request only works on the purple app. So if you're watching on TikTok or Red app, it won't work. Those are all the commands. I pinned the commands. Is it working? Oh, it is working. Rank time. GG's and Files of Strange. GG's, dude. GG's, bro. Express juice. Would you guys drink some express juice? Juice? But then Cyclops lasers it. Are you gonna post more Cuphead videos? We just posted one yesterday. Did you see the one yesterday? And the answer is yes, though. Yes.
If you're not careful, mate, you start to become the monster.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay, yeah. Loved it? Oh, that's what's up. I didn't even finish watching it myself because I didn't edit that video. I do need to go watch it though. I started. I have literally the tab open. I just didn't finish it. I got to like the 2-minute mark. And I got busy editing another video.
Step aside, you gits. I'll do this myself. As per bloody usual. There, cheers, mate.
There we go. Like a mess.
5! That's amazing!
You can delete people if you have good aim with this character. I want his other skin. I like the shotgun noise on this one.
Step aside, you gits. I'll do this myself. As per bloody usual. Taste somber steel.
Yeah, do exclamation point current song.
Which
Exclamation point song is
hero
linked to my
do you wanna
Spotify.
I'll fight to end the darkness that
Spawn me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
When is that custom game hitting YouTube? No comment. No, my Twitter feed is just literally just Kingsman drama, bro. This is insane. He's beefing with Jitwar because each of them are both saying each other cheated on the little event. The little charge thing. Yeah, each of them are accusing each other of cheating by botting or whatever, the charge thing. It's funny as hell. I open Twitter and I see this. Bro, you literally won a 150k tourney, got 10 times the amount of money than you ever would have won from the BASM tourney, and you've been invited out of pity to every single streamer tournament. You are legit gatekeeping someone from making money when your viewers are actively cheating as well. Because Kingsman said that
Pick
oh,
your
did he delete the
hero.
tweet?
Or villain, I'm not judging.
I think he deleted the tweet. Oh, he deleted it. The tweet was that he said Jitwar was cheating as well or something. I don't remember what the hell what happened. I don't remember what the tweet said, but it It was just basically him going back and forth with Jitword. that a charge event thing making people go crazy, bro. It's not that deep, bro. See, this is why I didn't enter that damn event, bro.
Staying in the light is a
That stuff is making people go crazy. That little charge thing. I wonder if he's doing it in the chat, in this chat right now. Is he streaming? Oh, they're not doing it right now.
30 seconds before
Oh, he removed it from his
Get
thing.
ready.
Wait, then who's still doing the charge thing?
You as glad as I am that all that
Maybe he
nonsense
dropped out of
with
it.
Dracula's over?
Yeah. I just wish I'd had the chance to take him out myself.
I don't think anyone
Sure
is
there'll
up
be
here from the
plenty of
leaderboard
other
on the
ones
charge
you can use
thing.
those swords of yours on.
That event was
better be.
stupid anyway.
Because I'm getting tired of standing
That Joe
around
for
and talking.
botting or something. Yeah, basically
Battle
like
starts in 5,
for the event, you gotta like
3,
spam charge in your chat. But like NetEase, I think said that
capture the mission area.
no
Got it?
macroing it. But apparently, I mean,
like this
it's
is
too
gonna
late. People, I'm pretty sure everyone's been macroing it. They've been getting people in their chat to macro it. I mean, they wouldn't ask them to, but like, you can't control your chatters. Like, what? People are gonna macro that shit. These are people who already have been macroing it. That sucks. Dash missed.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I don't know why no one was helping me. I had 3 of them looking at me. So much value.
Mission area is yours.
You're lucky I was here. As good as new.
I will say this. Though that drama is stupid, I don't think Kingsman needs the money. I don't think big streamers should be allowed to enter that event. Like, because some of these big streamers make that, what is it, 500 gifted? Some of these big streamers make that money in a day. Like, being a big Twitch streamer, you make crazy money. Some of these big streamers make that money in like a couple days or a day. And even if they're not getting gifted, the amount of ads you can run, depending on how much ads they're running, they can get that in like literally a day.
One stagger, please.
God, bro.
Or staggered.
That's why like people are kind of mad at Kingsman, saying like he doesn't need the money. Like, and I agree. I don't think he does, because Kingsman makes crazy money now. But I mean, Kingsman also is right. If he's getting cheated out of like what, $500 or something. Speaking from experience, when have I ever been a big streamer, you idiot? Oh shit! What is happening to my?
Ready to put
Wow. What the? Bouncing Nuts. What a name.
Oh, behind.
Already a billionaire, and this is why I don't like talking about money with you guys. Oh god. You guys just yap too much, bro.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Ain't nobody a damn billionaire. Ain't nobody got fucking crazy money. Ain't nobody rich.
Yeah, we're down a healer. We're down a healer.
Bro's up there. Elon. See, this is why I can't talk to chat about shit, bro. Holy shit. Just forget it. Just forget it.
Captured more than half of the mission area.
You guys are ruining shit too much. What the fuck?
Control lost.
Sports are kind of, but whatever. They have Luna and Cloak. We have Heelpool and Jeff, which is like, I mean, I guess it's not really the best. Not really good for my character either. Oh my god, bro.
They've almost got it.
Yo, can we like get different supports, or can I play support if you don't want to play it? These supports are not it. I'll gladly switch with you if you want.
Go ahead.
These sports aren't it, not at all.
Yet. Going to overtime.
Light can heal and light can harm. Same with me.
Because why on earth do we have a heal pool and an Ultron or Jeff or whatever the fuck? Like, this is not gonna work, man.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. It helps me see the darkness and face it.
TPS cloak? Oh nah. Your RK, that's what it gifted.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We thought you were a goner after the vampires caught us by the Queensboro Bridge.
Oh, me too. You'll never guess who showed up to save the day.
DPS cloak is crazy, bro. Oh yeah, some people were saying that that's a high rank Eternity player. Y'all should just let him do it. I'm like, bro, what? I don't care what rank this guy is, bro. He's literally throwing our games.
The battle starts in 5.
Like, I don't care what his peak is. Like, what?
3,
He's doing
2,
DPS cloak
1.
against
All you need to do is
triple
capture the
dive
mission area.
with Daredevil unbanned. He's doing DPS cloak against Daredevil.
Does that mean I've made it?
What is it? Wasn't it Daredevil Spider-Man BP? That backline is getting torched, which it was. I don't care if he makes it work sometimes. Like, what? I don't really want to be quirky, bro. I'm not playing with that, bro. Like, and that's why we lost. It may work sometimes, but like it's not gonna always work. And when it doesn't work, he should just switch. Or I don't know, like actually just heal normal. And also we didn't have a third support, so it was like.
Capture the mission area.
Oh. Didn't have a third support, so it was like, can you like just play normal?
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing on Celestial. Like, basically making the game unfun for other people. Other DPS players or tanks are forced to get on support because he wants to do his quirky little, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Us against the world. Us against the world.
Damage sustained. Right time to shout.
Control feed.
Not gonna lie, I put the cloak all down, bro. Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, seriously, of course. Oh, we're actually winning now that we have normal supports. Wow. Instead of, what was it, Jeff and heal pool?
Retreat. You're gonna die out there.
Because you're leaving me, like we could hold it up here.
That's a little risky, don't know. Why would you take unnecessary
Not really.
risk like that? You can hold back here.
Necessary?
With the amazing Spider-Man!
They're down 4.
Damage sustained.
What if they added a way to remove this net, bro? It's blocking the view. Net. What net? Oh my. Son, you're a gooner. Like, no, you're a gooner. This is Spider-Man trying to spawn camp me. He's not really doing a good job at it, though. I can't see you. Hold on, give me a second.
No healing.
Yeah,
Look
we're gonna.
behind you guys and see where you're healing.
Not my job.
Doggy, what's up? White Fox ult. Nice, they're down 1. Wait, I don't think you need the ult there. That's all good.
I'm trying to help. Your discipline shows, Bucky.
They're gonna try to portal maybe.
Yeah, they're pulling. Come back. Unless y'all can stop
Time
it.
that someone touches. No time.
Nice. Extremely winnable. Extremely winnable. Yo, can you guys guess today's video? Anyone want to guess today's video?
People are always afraid of Ty, but they just don't know him.
No.
30 seconds before you attack.
Marvel Rivals
Get
Overwatch?
ready.
Nope. And no.
Look at us. We practically match.
This is haute couture, darling. Designed by Jumbo Carnation himself.
Oh, my costume just kinda came with my powers.
And I'm practically seething inside about how good.
The battle starts in 5,
There you go.
3, 2.
What's up, Miles Needs Love? How you doing?
All you need to do is capture the mission.
Rank am I?
area.
Celestial?
Got it?
We're pushing for eternity today. Lock in.
Handle the pressure of the dark force.
I'm gonna guess 5 heart sequel. Oh wow, that is wow.
Get on that tank. We're up one.
Feel like myself again.
What is this song, bro? I can ult this if you miss. Actually, I'm ulting anyways. Focus on my ass.
Mission area is yours.
Another senseless battle.
Nice ult.
Lights out much better.
My time to shine.
I am ready to put on a show.
We don't have anything for that. Back up, back up, back up, back up. There's a Hulk on me, by the way.
I'll get you next time.
Bro, this fucking Hulk won't leave me alone. Holy shit. This Hulk won't leave me alone. Oh, damn, you cut his ass off. Yo, cut his cheeks in half. What version is this? You asked me for my current song.
My time to shine.
Put some pep in my step.
I feel like myself again.
Let me build my ult. I'm close to it. Oh, we have White Fox ult soon. We have it now if we want to go in with that. They're down one. We should go in now. Well, you don't got ult, but like just walk up.
Don't pressure that racket.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
My time to shine.
There's Psylocke on me.
Us against the world.
Destroy that, please. Oh hell no, he's vulnerable. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a banner right there if you guys want to kill that guy. Whew.
The mission area is ours.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Let's see. Why'd you leave us, Uncle? Bruh. How many of you guys I gotta ban before you guys get it, bro? How many of y'all I gotta ban, bruh?
You get a web and you get a
I am ready to put on a show.
You're way far.
want to support.
Man, what's that?
Go support that.
Apple.
Portland.
Yeah, they're portaling. If we can kill this guy early, that'd be nice.
They're on triple tank. Rock. Oh, never mind.
You just started. They can cancel that.
You cancel?
Nope. You gotta throw it in the middle.
Hella's one, no bird. Hella's one, no bird. No bird on Hella.
They have no heals. I'm blocking heals. Alright, Rocket's third. Luna's third. Luna's one.
Do I need a portal?
Get on this Luna. Dead.
Hella's one.
They're both support set.
My time to shine.
Nice. Good job, guys. Two switches as well. GG's. Sometimes you gotta just kick him off support, bruh.
Another epic victory! Big win!
$10K healing. I have 22 other support. How much did this guy have on heal pool? 2K. Yeah, he wasn't healing anything. He wasn't healing anything on heal pool. Like, well, let's just be like, oh, I don't get it, bro. Why would you do that? At least you switch, but like sitting on heal pool, why you, like you don't know what you're doing. It's just like, Hold on, I'm uploading today's video. Give me a second. Q, I'm doing it though. There we go. Wait, 12, 16, 20, 24. 28, 32. 36, 40, 44. 48. And boom. Let's go. Rank is dish. He's diamond 3. But where's Kissy at? I'm still confused why she did that. She randomly just stopped by the stream and just dropped the middle finger and left. And I still don't know why the hell she did that. She's a damn troll. She's a damn troll. That was in a match? Huh? Nah, that wasn't what happened. Think so? No, she's just a troll. It's not like she would have wanted to play. We were doing customs. Add 3 stacks. I agree. Hold on. I low-key kind of hate 3 stack, but I low-key kind of like it as well. Because it reduces the chances that you play with a random. Some of these randoms, oh my goodness, bro. Do not want to play with y'all, bro. Respectfully, bro. And is it all just supports up here? Oh, this guy plays DPS. Oh, it's Nectar. Oh, he's a Phoenix abuser. And Starlo. Oh, this is a Metamancer of Doom. Damn. This is why I kind of don't want to hit that hard rank, bro. Because it's like playing Blade up there would be so damn hard, bro. Like, I gotta play Blade into this, bro. Like, oh, God. Like, free me, bro. Just suffering from success. Tried Frag Punk? No. Yeah, just playing Cyclops, Elsa. He's been playing. Oh no, that wasn't him. Never mind. Cyclops, Elsa, Star-Lord every match. That's a disgusting rotation. Oof. That is a disgusting rotation. Oh god. Oh, he played Torch in this match. For 8 minutes though. Oh my god, for 8 minutes he got 12 kills, but for 11 on Cyclops he got 38. Some characters just aren't made the same, I swear, bro. Some characters are just not made the same. Cause what in the hell?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness.
That's why I feel I'm also a rogue player.
Now,
Rogue into damn pote. Now Rogue is pretty good now, apparently. I put her. I don't think she's broken, so I didn't put her like crazy high, but I think she's okay. I personally think she's okay. What song is this at 101? 101. Oh god, no. We banning Gambit. That's not playing BP. BP is crazy. Now that's. I don't remember what song that is. Psylocke ban? Okay. Am I getting stream sniped or? If they ban Blade, I'm getting stream sniped. If Blade gets banned here, I'm getting stream sniped. I mean, I'll just play Elsa if Blade gets banned, so I don't really care. I do want to play some Elsa. Elsa Bloodstone. Elsa Bloodstone.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Can I recognize an enemy team? Nope.
Do we have a
Elsa
cap player?
Bloodstone.
Anything but Blade, please.
Okay, if
He wants me to switch off Blade. I'm not switching off Blade, bro. If you don't lock the fuck in.
He's one of those.
Emma, can you go Bucky? I'll go Luna if you can get a cap.
See, bro, this is why I don't want to rank up. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the game didn't even start yet. He said, can you switch off Blade? The game didn't even start yet. The game didn't even start yet, bro. Said, can you switch off Blade?
I'll go back Cyclops.
It's an insta mute, bro.
I think not playing Cyclops when he's open might be a neutral.
Get ready.
Oh, you guys didn't ban it. Like, what?
I know, but the reason is if you have Blade, Cap is gonna like make their back healers distracted, and Blade can work on their tanks. Otherwise,
I believe
we're gonna lose.
I believe.
Yeah. That's the only reason I got off Cyclops.
No way, instantly got in my ear, bro. I will mute. Like, if he gets in my ear again, I will mute.
Make Blade work somehow.
Like, I will mute. Like, what do you mean? Like, the game just started. Can we get off Blade? Like, what? I mean, I get the fact Cyclops is open, but like, son, maybe they're not playing Cyclops either. You never know. I don't see a Cyclops. Fucking Gambit team up. Because why the fuck is Gambit open?
Blade, bro, chill, my man.
Son, what did I do? What? You just didn't heal me. Like, what are you talking about?
Because I have to heal up tanks. They're dying.
I was dying too. What about me? I don't matter. Okay, my bad.
Alright, we're winning, bro.
Son, what? What about me? I was dying too. I don't matter. All right, my bad.
They don't have time to kill 2 people.
He said, Blade, chill. Bro. What about me? Shit, what about me, bro? That's fucking crazy, bro.
You can use cloak for Gambit, I guess.
Oh my lord, this fuck ass Gambit team up, bro. Ah, my support was reloading. It's unfortunate. Unlucky timing. You see, I'm saying, why is he on me so badly, bro? I wasn't even mad I died.
Come back here. I'm dead.
Open season. The hunt is on.
Like, is bro just not want to heal me? Like, I don't know. Bro hate me.
I'm gonna use my ult.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ready? That's launch!
I would turn around if I were you.
Oh, they're healing me. I need help.
Got ulted twice in a row. Wow. Very fun. 2 kills. That's so fun. Yo, does that Gambit team do that much damage for this guy?
Yes.
Taste cold steel.
It's okay.
Up to the down to DPS. Come on.
I'm hurt.
Cat's gonna Lewis. We're Lewis, bro.
1,000 gods. I can get used to
Oh, no, one shot.
You're lucky I
Good
was
off.
here.
That was a good off.
Silver bullet.
Spider, don't worry.
Goodness, bro.
It seems
How annoying.
After
I was
get
using
back.
it in shreds. Yeah, I think shreds indeed. Every time I walk up, I'm getting hit by it.
Better stick to the shadows.
And then I just insta die because Bucky is shooting me at the same time. Oh my god, that team does so much.
Come back, come back, come back.
How did we ever leave Gambit open? How did that happen?
Okay.
Like, how the fuck did that happen?
Yeah, maybe Emily out here.
Yo, run that Gambit Star-Lord. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll use after my ult.
No, we're winning this shit. Run that Gambit Star-Lord.
Lucky no hook.
I will go Psylocke, but I mean, obviously, Scared is better with Gambit. Fucking goodness, bro.
Good, all of us. Wow.
Storm dead.
Y'all still think? What'd y'all say? Elsa? Y'all think? Y'all still think Elsa not meta? I told you, people just stop playing her. That's all. She's still really, really, really strong. Y'all still think she's not meta? And she just got buffed this patch. It's like no way she's not meta. Oh my goodness. Fucking team up, bro. What is that shit?
It's in.
Ready when you are again, but whenever you get it.
Go shoot him. Everyone shoot her.
Nice. Oh man.
Alright, pushing him.
Let's try this again.
Alright, they have like nothing for this. So we can just send it when you get it, Gambit.
I give you a snowflake here.
Thanks.
Down to 30 seconds. Get that beast moving again.
Someone behind us.
Final 10 seconds.
Elements, jerks.
Supporting.
God, how annoying.
Going to overtime.
Gotta play this slop ass character just to win.
They come back a little bit, okay?
This makes me frustrated as well.
I think on TP, so they too.
Armed and dangerous.
I torched him.
Again. Again.
Release the claw trap.
The current score is
You're early.
1-2.
All right. Low key still kind of winnable. I don't know why we're on offense. We didn't come out the spawn room as Gambit,
The right heroes could
especially on
make all the
offense.
difference.
I can get on Cyclops, on DPS main, but up to you, I can go back Luna.
Yeah, go Cyclops. I'm gonna switch to Gambit.
Like not walking out the spawn room on offense with Gambit open is kind of troll. But well,
if we get mag Emma for Gambit ult, especially Emma for Gambit.
was saying revert the alt charge buff for Rocket so I can play my hero competitive again. Do I play with keyboard? Not play with keyboard, yeah. I don't play with controller. Yeah, buff Blade or something. They already did. I mean, chances are he's gonna get buffed again. Because I mean, I don't think he's meta. I think he's okay, but I don't think he's gonna be meta.
Be hard fighting to protect a world that hates and fears.
Yeah, his meta will come eventually. Eventually. One of these months. Or years. Oh, video's done. Yeah, I'm uploaded after this match.
4,
break the
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Oh my god. That's why they're doing so much fucking damage. Just storm damage boost.
Storm one shot.
Bro, she was one. No one shot her.
Let's try this again.
That's frustrating, bro. She was literally one. No one else shot her.
I'm gonna see
Here they come.
She damage boosted them. They're running poke with fucking storms, which is really, really strong. If you go with poke comp and you have storm, it's so much damage just getting shot into the crowd. It's like I always have to off angle. Like
go Ultron. I'm gonna off and go Ultron.
Like I have to off angle every time. What the fuck is this storm? Did we even do anything with that Gambit ult? Oh, fuck no. Oh my. Did we even do anything with that Gambit ult? You know with your peeps? None of them are online right now. Yeah, he's just Celestial. Oh my god, that guy's one. Bro, they do so much damage because of the storm.
I'm back, baby.
You gotta touch.
to put on a show.
Up on height.
Oh my god, I keep getting these guys 1 HP. That's so frustrating.
Armed and dangerous again!
Whoa.
1, 2, 2.
I don't know how they got away with that. I don't know how Gambit stayed open. What is banned? Let me just see. What is banned? Because how did Gambit stay open? They randomly banned Psylocke for some odd reason. And Penny. What in the what? They're playing poke anyway. Why would they need to ban Penny? None of them's diving. That's so random. Rocket, I guess I can see that. Psylocke, yeah, there's just too much shit open. Because they low-key kind of trolled the bans. My fault? Is my profile hidden? Oh, it's not. God, they wasted a ban on Psylocke for some odd reason. Oh well. Oh well. What is this? Nah, this is some big back activities. They made these now? Jesus Christ. Some big back activities.
Victory is in my sight.
Bro, don't. The ban based on one against Penny Rocket. Ban a High Celestial. Bro, what the fuck? Who would ban Penny? Especially with Cyclops being meta right now. That's my belief. See if I can get a duo. Hold on.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Should have been, what's his name, Cap, and not Dino. For I'm playing Cyclops. Kind of silly. It is silly of me. I heard this song in ages. Skin is fire. You're actually the first person to compliment the skin, because everyone in my chat keeps saying that skin is ass. Everyone in my chat keeps saying that skin is ass. I have a question. What's your question? Free diabetes. This is free diabetes. I'm crying. I mean, I'm sure it probably tastes good. It just I'm not eating that.
Wait, what?
How do you feel about the blade damage buff? It's pretty good. It's not that bad, but it's not like game changing or nothing, meta defining or nothing like that. Once you get the animated lord, it usually takes on average around 90 to 100 hours. That's how much it takes on average. They're running heavy dive. Go down and walk up. Nice. Does this guy just go bang into? I guess for you, Iron Fist. Bang into Cyclops is crazy.
I mean, Thing's not that good.
That guy's trolling. I'm gonna ult him.
We kill this Thing too. Thing left side alone.
They're low. They're low. They're low.
Thing tap. Thing tap. Thing tap.
You guys got him.
I'm gonna go really low here.
That's fine. That's fine.
They're off spider.
Could have Magneto. Nice. Good stall by Gervin. I got you.
I'm on card.
Oh, they have a Hulk now? What the fuck? Where does this guy come from? Go just spawned in.
Just get more on card.
That guy came out of fucking nowhere.
I can ult early and force something here.
The 6-0 SoCal Asian. Oh my lordy. This guy's name is hilarious.
I am ready to put on a show.
Let's go
Like San Diego. San Diego's sick. First time I go to San Diego, I have a good time.
I pushed that hole.
Oh, fuck are you?
Jeff one, or Luna one.
Oh, Jeff ate me.
Wait, Luna one. Nice, they're down a hill. We can go to Hulk too.
You go to Jeff.
They're down two. Wait, kill Max.
I killed Jeff.
Max.
I got you.
Nice, winnable.
What the fuck?
DD's in 1v6.
Oh, he want me. I'm dead.
Son, you gotta free ult.
Yo, Snow, what's up? Thanks for the follow. What was that Jeff's plan? I have no clue. He was cooking something up though. Maybe he thought I had no aim or something. I don't know. But like the moment I came out of it, I just insta-killed him.
My chi is all tapped out. Ready to attack. My healing factor can't keep up. How about an assist?
Get that vehicle moving again.
Maximum impact.
DD1. You got bubbled. Nice cave. Hulk in, we keep going. Of course, go. Okay.
Beautiful, baby. Perfect angle.
DD's one.
Yeah, I'm on him. DD1.
Oh, yeah, he got cooked.
I'm going on the back line now. Nice, walk. Don't pop anymore. Yeah, just push cart. I'm gonna stagger the
This
whole.
character is so busted, bro. Oh my god, bro. Like, I have to just play him every game, bro. This dude is too broken, bro. It's so silly, bro.
Well, I got him in boost.
How strong this character is extremely silly. It's so silly, dog. Like, I don't even consider myself that good of aim. I have good aim, but it's not like that crazy, and I can still just do disgusting shit with this character.
DD's about a dog. I'm out, by the way. No, it's too quick.
I'm at all. Actually, I might not need to. I'm gonna hold it. I don't want to use it.
DD1.
Got you.
Bucky one.
Cyclops can die. I mean, not Cyclops. Magneto can die.
Yeah, not going. I got him.
Oh, hold on. Hulk's on us.
Alright, I have to get off Venom.
Hulk can die. I'm on.
Take the cart first if you can. Our Venom's on cart. Our only tank's on cart.
She's so disgusting. Yeah. I've been playing Blade in plat lobbies. He's OP, but I can't really hit his ult. That's perfectly fine. That's understandable. Most of my kills with Blade come from my base kit, not my ult. It's perfectly fine if you don't get any kills with ult. His ult is like low-key cosmetic. I'm out of ult. No. Oh, what happened to you guys?
We could go early. I can force something here. I'm gonna go with her Venom. They're all looking at her Venom. I'm on the Luna.
Yeah, they're all looking at Venom. Walk up, walk up, walk up.
I forced Luna.
Nice, nice, nice.
Look, look, look. Nice, you missed. Walk, 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 walk. Nothing. I got three.
Holy shit, nice. What the fuck? This guy's crazy. Get this Jeff.
It's just a tanks and wait, kill Hulk, kill Hulk. I D-max Hulk. Roll one.
This Jeff right here is one.
I need Hulk. Oh, Luna, max one, right? Red Nico,
What? What? What the fuck was that?
DD1.
How do you be killing the healers and ult? It's in my blade guide. Go look at it.
Never done that.
Go look at my blade guide. I have tons of clips in that blade guide. There's a timestamp for that part. For stack and answer, there's a literal timestamp. Go look at it. You gotta go look at it.
On the back line. I have to get out.
Beautiful, baby.
You guys are up. Can you TP Cyclops?
Yeah.
For Jeff.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Uh-oh. I think we should have stopped the Mantis earlier. Like, I think Mantis is just a DD victim.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
Like, I'm peeling as much as I can. We just need to stop the Mantis.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Also, I think we should match their comps. So do you wanna solo DPS? I could go tank. Or
yeah, I can solo DPS.
Alright.
I mean, if I can get a Groot, that'd be nice. If anyone plays Groot. Like we just do Groot Cyclops, that shit is busted. You don't, it's fine, it's fine. I can just combo him out with Rocket. Or something like that.
Round 2, go!
What Deadpool skin will they add? Oh! Will it be lit?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh man. Okay.
Emma.
Scott.
It's nice to
Who do you think is the best? Who's the best game? Who do you think is the best game right now? Who's the best in the game? Character or like what do you mean? Role or like which role and or like I don't understand the question.
3, 2, 1.
There's no best character because there's 3 roles. Unless you mean best for each role. Best for each role, I mean, regardless, in my tier list video. Best character?
I'm always gonna save
Man, the
my
best
ult
character in the
for
game is
ult.
Undisputed Gambit.
It's okay, top when I have it.
That one hurts.
I'm walking up to help her Venom a little bit. One, I need heal. Yeah, tag it heal. Tag it heal. Or like. I'm killing DD now. I got DD. Go. Help her Venom. Backing. I got DD. Go. They're down DD.
I'm in Jeff ult. I don't think he can kill me unless he jumps off. Yeah, he did. Okay.
Do we need TP? Wait, no, I'm ready.
We don't need a TP. They're down 4.
Okay,
No.
They're down 4.
Got res.
What I say? No TP there. Down 4. Do not do that, please.
The battle's not done. Neither am I.
Alright, yeah, I saved my ult for either DD or Hulk. We just need focus. Luna has no freeze already.
Oh wait, I can't do that from that far.
I can heal you.
I don't have yet. I might control DD and Hulk. DD. Kill DD. Nice. I'm getting Hulk.
I am ready to put on a show.
Time, we're even.
Yeah, I don't know who followed, but I appreciate it.
I don't have any highs. Go in the rim. I got Mag. Bunker. Wait, can you TP? Can you TP Cyclops?
I rezzed. I got res beacon.
No, you can TP. I can go support. Or I'll TP then.
TP, I'm gonna have touch.
I am.
Right on target.
We don't have fight.
You know, extra health never hurts. Next 3, 4. Flashing through. Right on target.
You guys are so weird.
You need to stop that
Wow.
vehicle.
I got ran down.
Realistically, our Luna should be TP there.
We X-Men beat death a long time ago.
Okay, what do you want to add the most? Oh, Miles.
Flashing through.
Oh, Miles, Ghost Rider, and Thanos.
That should make a difference. Let the devil out!
Set my gun. I got hope. Hope one. Actually one. Nice, Jeff didn't get anyone. We killed him. He's in our background. Oh.
Maximum impact! Right on target!
Oh, this guy doesn't die. It is unkillable. Character literally only dies unless he wants.
Everyone. Back to everyone. Wait, it's 4. Can we walk on this, guys? Can we walk on it? It's 4 of them all in here. Guys, can we walk on their supports? They're Jeff is one.
Oh my god, we gotta get that Luna. That Luna's healing them so much.
I am ready to put on a
Let them get a
show.
hole. Why are you guys not walking? We have folks. We need Oscar. Nice.
Thanks for the boost.
You should Cyclops after.
Maximum impact!
Just waiting for Rocket, I guess. Like, holy shit.
Closer Rocket ult.
Really cool, Rocket?
The battle's not done. Neither am I.
You gotta get on point first.
I am. I got followed. The triple
Now
DPS
might
is not
be a
gonna
good
work here,
time to
guys.
stop them.
We either need to go triple or we need to go second tank. Like, it's not gonna work. And also, I don't know how we didn't kill the 4 people in there.
Yeah, I
We
don't
should've
know.
just
Like
walked
I
on them
was
and killed them.
focusing Luna like
I don't know
crazy,
why you
but
guys are so scared to walk. Your only tank is telling you guys to walk.
The invisible woman is
Heal me up, please.
Better stop that vehicle.
no damage. I have 43k damage. Definitely not me not doing damage. I'm doing fuckloads of damage.
Hey, Dad! Someone clip this! Heal me up, please. Let the devil out! Right on target.
DD, I got DD. Quick one.
I'll patch you up.
It's now or never.
Oh, we gotta fucking kill this DD. Does anyone else want to play Cyclops and I just play DD? Because like not having a DD is like really troll right now. Like their backline is so free.
The battle's not done. Neither am I.
Like if one of you guys want to play Cyclops and I play DD, we can do that.
I'm gonna touch you guys. It doesn't matter. We're gonna go touch. I'm touching. Can we use our ult here? I'm on point. On everyone. On all 3 of these plays. Get the amp over here.
I am ready to put on a show.
Alright, we're even. Wait, stay. Can someone stay point? I'm diving in the grass. Someone stay point.
Here, double behind.
I'm on point. I can't.
DD's low. DD's low.
Okay, go. I can't do it.
Oh no.
We might need it.
Okay.
Down to 30 seconds.
Def is 1 too.
Don't give it another inch.
I'm on point now. I need heals.
The final 10 seconds.
I need heals.
This character takes so long to fucking kill. Fucking Jeff can only die if he really wants to, bro.
To overtime.
Let the devil.
They're all one. I got Luna. We do one of them. We're almost at another end. We can keep our rocket out. Hey, they're down to you. So winnable, guys. Wait, just amp when we get it. Guys, kill point now. They're all one. Mag. Oh, I'm the fucking best in the world. What the fuck?
If the battle's not blasting through.
They're down everyone. Just kill point quick.
I need a bit more power.
Full blast.
Train going. They're all one. We get the Deadpool on. Mag. Oh, I'm the fucking best in the world.
Nice. Good job.
Final score. 3, 2.
Holy fuck, bro. Did you see how long I was fighting that Jeff, bro? God damn, bro. Takes ages to kill that dumb character, bro. Like, so exhausting, man. So exhausting. I don't even know why he was in our backline anyway instead of behind his team. It's trolling. That's what I be saying. Like, y'all, Jeff's like, what do y'all be doing with y'all movement sometimes? It's like, bro, what? Let's see who's online. We get a duo. Zeal's online. Should I ask Zeal to play? I'm about to throw some elo.
Bitch.
Oh.
When I say us,
Oh, yeah, he's raging.
What else do you think I mean? Do you live in my body? Do you live
Let's
inside
see
my
if he wants to
balls?
play.
He told you to ban people in chat and you did it for no reason. What do you mean, bro? I literally. Wait, what the fuck are you even talking about? Yo, what's good, Infernasu trying to do? Oh shit, maybe. Shit, maybe.
Oh, he's in a
I might-
match.
You gonna let me slide in all this shit?
What?
3, 2, 1.
You gonna let me slide in that little shit?
He said what?
They trying to party. Wait, did I get him?
Yo, I'm about to throw some Elo if I play with Zeal.
Yo, Object Clock, what the fuck are you typing?
No, I need to plan an ult, bro. What level? What level is that? GM3, perfect.
Yo, what are you typing, dude?
Perfect. Yo, if I play with my main, we're cooked, bro. Saw the Xenoverse gameplay? No, I'll look at it later when I start eating.
Bro, what are you typing?
We're gonna look at that later when I eat. I bet she eat now? I don't know.
What? What do you mean, what?
Wait, is he on his main or is he on his ult? Oh, he's on his main. Oh yeah, he's on his main.
Come on, bro.
Bro, I don't have his mains added because he keeps getting banned on it. Every time we're about to play.
Object Clock, are you black? You can't be saying that, dude.
Where is the Xenoverse gameplay? How long is the gameplay? Xenoverse.
Bro, that was a moan? What are you aiming at? Is that a moan or no, chat?
Oh, Globku did a video too? Oh, there's hella gameplay.
Hey, bro.
Oh, okay, this is a lot of stuff. Oh, I didn't think that much gameplay dropped, but gameplay dropped. Even the content creators got to finally upload their footage from like what Summer Games Fest, if I had to guess. Yeah, this is everyone's footage from Summer Games Fest.
This year?
Yeah, we can look at Globku's video as well. Alright, let me get some food done. Yeah, you guys can look at Zeal lose his mind or something like that. Bear back. Alrighty, let's go. Where this damn thing at, bro? Did they buff Blade? A while ago. Let me meet the song quest. Alright, let's look at this trailer. Oh, let me meet the game. Oops.
You there, is my voice reaching your ears?
Xenoverse 3.
Brought here from a land far, far away.
Who are you and what
Oh, it
are
looks
you
like
doing here?
looks like the
Do you know what brought you here and where
the
you came
Sparking
from?
Zero
I mean,
models, kinda.
Do you even know where you are? And it's not like you or I have any lead, so why not join the GS squad?
Hey, you! Keep your hands off that, you dirty
Temu
thief!
Yanja?
Move one more inch, and you're finished. I'll knock you right into next week, do you
Am I
hear
streaming
me?
the Arxis showcase? No.
What do you say? Will you fight with us?
I don't
for
think
the
so.
Sake of world peace? You still don't know much about this world, right? Well, I want to
That's
test you
bait.
with a special mission. Bulma and I talked it over, and we have decided that
Yo,
you
thanks for the
will
streak.
enroll in a school. There, you will learn more about this world.
It's nice to meet you both. I'm Lilica.
Hey, everyone! It's rare to see new faces in this class.
Well, nice to meet you.
Hey, Punk, what do you think you're
I don't know if I should watch that.
We'll see who's last.
This is a story trailer?
Time to roll out! We're the GS Squad, champions of justice. Let's
Oh, combat?
Time to show them what we can do.
Heroes,
Yep. This is Xenoverse. Damn. Ooh. That roundhouse kick?
Heroes like us never lose. Right, trusty sidekick? I feel some weird connection.
Is he a Saiyan or is he a human?
Good. Now release.
I believe you can handle it. Transforming into another being, impossible.
We can win if we work together.
John 1000. Oh, he's a Saiyan. What the? Did he just turn into Trunks?
Amazing! I knew you could do it. You can win
Wait,
this, I
what?
know it.
You've grown strong. You might even have more.
Yeah, that threw me
potential
off
than
completely.
Whoa! Do you feel that power?
Take your time. Just focus on giving it everything you've got.
It was quicker the whole time. Just with a different fit. Oh, he did. I don't know if he. I don't think he switched. He just dash transformed into him or something. I don't know. So he can transform into heroes of the past. Ooh, Kyle can. They aren't Saiyan. Yeah, so he's just like borrowing power, kinda.
A superhero never turns their back on a person in need. Right, sidekick? Today begins the first chapter of our heroic saga.
Feels weird seeing Xenoverse 3. This is actually real. It's not fake. It's not fake. It's actually real. It's kind of cursed. All right, let's look at Globku's video.
This year at Summer Games Fest, I got to see
Yeah, I was right. They were playing it at Summer Games Fest.
Dragon Ball Xenoverse 3 gameplay for the very first time.
What?
This year at Summer Games Fest, I got to
Are you
see
from
Dragon
Tennessee?
Ball
Nope.
Xenoverse 3 gameplay for the very first time. I didn't get to play it,
I don't have a
unfortunately,
Tennessee
but it
accent.
was played right in front of me. It wasn't a video, it was live gameplay, and it was a demo very similar to this one we're watching right now. I'm gonna let it run uncut, and I'll let you know everything that was told to me during this presentation, everything that I was able to learn, as well as break down the gameplay that we're about to see. We're gonna start right here in this room. We're gonna take a look at the lobby outside of this room. I got to see the city
messy
outside
as
of the
hell.
lobby too, but unfortunately we don't have that footage.
Like y'all
But
room.
then we're gonna jump into a mission where you'll see some of the basics of combat, and we're even gonna fight against the boss fight. The mission itself feels like a little bit like a parallel quest in Xenoverse 2, though in this case in Xenoverse 3, I don't know if that's actually the case. If it's a parallel quest, if
Yeah,
it's
it's pretty
a
much what
side mission,
Xenoverse is.
it looks to be a main mission.
Pretty
as,
much.
Gamma 1 is actually calling us
Play with
to
friends. You
talk
play the whole
about
story
this,
with friends if you
this
want.
request that he has, and so we'll head there and we'll have a big mission and a boss fight at the end. But we'll start right here in this room because
This is
it's
how the
kind of
story
messy
starts for
right
sure.
now. It is the same as we saw in the revealed trailer, so that seems to indicate that this is kind of early game. But I was told that you can actually customize this room.
Definitely is early.
fully. You can change things around. You can make this room your
pretty cool.
own room. But if this is early game, it is going to be a little bit confusing because when we jump into a mission, you'll see that this character is actually level 40. Now, I want to bring up the stats that we saw right before we jumped into this bedroom. And you may notice that we have 5 stats this time around. HP, strike, attack, and defense, blast, attack, and defense. And that is it. No stamina, no ki, no anything like that.
That's more simple.
Definitely a simplification of the RPG systems or the stats that we saw in Xenoverse 2. At least on the stats side. Also, you may have seen some scans earlier in the month, or I guess last week, that had a little bit of a mistranslation. The GS on the characters' shoulders, on their uniforms, and in the trailers and everything, that stands for the Great Saiyaman Corps, not the Great Saiyan Corps. And yes, this is Vegeta from the Saiyan arc that you're seeing right here in the lobby. I spotted Trunks, I spotted Goku as well. These characters seem to just be hanging around. They may be mentors like they were in Xenoverse 2. But outside, we're not going to get to see what the string on looks like because we're going to jump straight into the mission. Now, why are these characters here?
Is it 1440p?
It will make sense.
Nope.
That's what I was told. But right now, the story, it was not the focus of this demo. It was definitely the gameplay. And here we go. A portal looking very similar to Xenoverse 2 portal. And the mission that we're about to embark in, most missions are actually 4-player co-op. If you don't have players to play alongside you.
Wait, is Terra live? We send them this. There's no way he didn't see this. Let me send him in.
To play as the bots. We see a Majin, we see a Frieza race. We're playing as an Earthling, and Saiyans are also confirmed. So those are 4 races right now that have been confirmed, playable for Xenoverse 3. I definitely am expecting the mechanics as well, but we'll see if they have any more announcements beyond that.
Looks pretty good.
Right now, there's a lot going on screen, and I'll be sure to take my time to break down all of it. First thing you may notice is Kaioken Assault and Kamehameha, 2 big special moves that were done immediately. Big break as well, and this is Super God Fist. Now, the skills are on cooldown. You can't just do them. You can't just spam them. They don't cost ki anymore. They are completely free, but you do have to manage the cooldowns, which are pretty short, to be honest. Speaking of ki, you may notice that there is no stamina. Ki does both things, offense and defense. Stamina was more of a defensive resource back in Xenoverse 2. You could use it for some offense stuff as well, but there was a clear divide of like, okay, we're going to use ki for offensive skills and stamina.
I'd rather this game than Sparking Zero.
You have to manage both.
This one's more casual, more fun.
Bar at the center of the screen, it's a very
Sparking's more competitive
piece of resource, and that's why they put it front and center.
There is some difficulty though. Some of these missions be hard as shit.
5 key bars, and since they are not a stat that you level up anymore,
more relaxed type of game.
It may be homogenized. Every character may have 5 key bars. The reason why I believe that is that every enemy also has 5 key bars. Every boss you're going to encounter here has 5 key bars, so it may just be universal. 5 key bars for every character. Here's the ultimate Super Kamehameha.
Whoa!
You can aim it, targeting multiple characters.
Sick.
Taking all ultimate Super Kamehameha.
Look at it, it's like scanning the area.
5 key bars for every character. Here's the ultimate Super Kamehameha. You can aim it, targeting multiple characters, taking all of them down. Now, on the left side of the screen, you see the L2 button. That's how you do your ultimate, L2 plus triangle. The other 2 mechanics are brand new, but you will notice that there is no escape ability anymore. So that is a slot that they are seemingly getting rid of.
Oh, wow.
Not to say that there aren't defensive mechanics. There's a new mechanic right there.
Wait. I didn't upload today's video. Well, I did. I just didn't press publish. I'm pressing publish now. My bad. I almost forgot. All right, let me know if you got the noti for that. Holy shit.
Where
There
you
we go.
summon the help of one of the Z Warriors of the past. I believe villains will also be available. I mean, it is Xenoverse, but that is not
Is John what we're watching
at this point.
Xenoverse 30 gameplay?
Yeah, you have 2 stocks of that. It does not spend any key. You just have it on a cooldown pretty much. The other mechanic, the other new mechanic,
Mate, you need
is
Chipotle.
called Soul Switch. And that is the Trunks face that you see right there. We will see that in action in a second as well. But I would love to tell you first that Soul Switch actually replaces your awakening ability. So if you're an Earthling or, you know, a character that doesn't have a big focus on transformations, I could see that being useful. But if you're playing a Saiyan, let's be real, you're going to have a Super Saiyan transformation in there. Or your favorite Saiyan transformation, who knows? So Soul Switch may not see a lot of use in the final game when Xenoverse 3 comes out. That's just a theory, however. Who could say how players are going to use, how they're going to gravitate? But typically it's Xenoverse. You want to create your own character and you want to be able to transform. So from here, we jump forward to the boss fight, and it is Broly Super. He's going to start with a big boss attack, just a barrage of Ki Blasts that you have to hide behind these icebergs for. You know, pretty simple mechanic, but it's good to see that they're still doing these big boss mechanics that work really well in multiplayer. I mean, this is a type of attack we've seen in a lot of multiplayer games. And this kind of movement uses the environment to protect yourself.
They're actually like hard, like Monster Hunter
usually
type
works
hard.
really well. Now,
When
with
Monster
Ki being
Hunter
such a
bosses begin
central
active.
resource, you will notice that a lot of the actions that used to use Ki, like super dashing,
Like Monster
do
Hunter
not use
Wild,
Ki
damn.
anymore. The homing dash still does, but a lot of the actions that you do actually restore Ki automatically. Oh, here's the Soul Switch, by the way. We're going to become Trunks for a limited time, 41 seconds, according to the bottom left. And that is going to change your melee attacks. That is going to change your supers as well. And that's going to change your ultimate. In fact, I think we're going to see a couple of them. But speaking of Ki and stamina, as you are punching up the opponent... Oh, I just noticed. Trunks actually has more Ki than 5 bars. So forget what I said about the universal mechanic. Or maybe it's a Soul Switch exclusive thing. There's a burning attack. And here's Shining Soul Slash.
SVZ Ray Boss videos in the future? Oh, for sure.
That we'll probably be able to equip on our
That video on the second channel?
as well. Now, as
The
Broly takes
Rivals.
damage, notice that his Ki is
The
going
Rivals
down,
patches the
especially
other
when
day.
dealing melee damage. And
Just
with
had
only
me in
5 seconds to
tears.
go, let's unleash the Heat Dome attack, the big ultimate. Now, speaking of melee attacks, it doesn't seem to be the case anymore that you just have a
Is there no
fixed
background
set
music in the game yet? Or maybe they had it
of
muted.
melee combos depending on the race that you pick. It's not like all the Saiyans are going to have the same combos, all the Earthlings are going to have the same combos. I'm specifically talking about the square and triangle buttons.
Yo, if you pick human, you're weird, bro. No way you playing Xenoverse and you pick human as your first
from your
playthrough.
mentors. I've been told
You're
specifically
weird.
that Vegeta and Trunks
Out of
are
all the
available.
races they have, you pick
the
human.
Saiyan that I saw being played, because I didn't
Son,
see Earthling. This is an
don't
Earthling that we're
pick
watching right
human.
now. The Saiyan that I saw being played was
picking
using
it.
Vegeta's
Don't
moveset.
pick human.
I'm not sure what this one is. Could be Vegeta as well. But you will be able to equip
Don't pick human.
the moveset of different characters, and that's definitely going to increase the variety of gameplay and the variety
Frieza first?
of
You go Frieza
characters that
first?
you can actually create.
I think I usually go
now,
human or
Ki
Saiyan.
doesn't only deplete when you attack an opponent, it also increases
What if
when
I
you
wanna
attack
be
an opponent,
Krillin?
unless you are doing
Son.
a series of homing dashes like
Son.
this. Obviously, that's very
Damn.
expensive,
Wait, that
but
shit
with the
looks
boss's
sick.
health that low, it was definitely worth it. And that is the end of the demo. Obviously,
That's
there's
all
still
they
a
let
lot to
them
learn
see?
about this game, but I got what I wanted, which was to look at gameplay. These are the game's bones. This is what it plays like. From here, I would love to see what content they are going to bring into the game.
up,
But for
Chuck?
now, I would just love to know what you thought of this basic combat in the comments down below. And as always, thank you
It
very much.
looks
for
good. Why was there no background music? Though it's kind of odd. There's no background music. It looks good though. It definitely looks good. Let me see if anyone else has gameplay. Otto?
A brand new trailer for Dragon. And I'm not gonna lie, it's very simplistic.
Oh, it's the same thing.
If you're playing a Saiyan, let's be real, you're going to have a Super Saiyan.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing.
Gonna be one of the coolest aspects of the franchise. Then the penultimate panel here, Soul Change. This is what we saw. The trailer went into it a ton. It's you can.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Oops, that's not song request. I was going to much. Lucio's match taking 10 fucking years. This match taking 10 years. Let's play. I don't feel like waiting. I'll just play. Arcrosian is crazy. John 1000 looks kind of like you. You Narakami? Kinda. I can see it. Kinda. I can kinda see it. My chat box is bugged. Hold on. Why is it doing that? It's like translating. What the hell? Oh, there you go. When you type that, it like translated it. For some reason, I had like auto translation on. When you type Yunarakami, it like it tried to translate it to English from like Japanese or something. Since obviously his name's not English, and it just gave me like, and it wrote "You are Namikami." I'm like, what the fuck is that? Some AI like translation thing. I don't know. Alright, here, let me know if he wants to play. Let's go. Where's my game audio? There you go. Xenoverse 3, some ass? Bro, that's because you're a competitive gamer. You need to relax. You need a chill vibes type of game. You need a chill vibes type of game, bro. You ain't never played Xenoverse with the homies? I love Xenoverse 2. 3 don't look that bad. I'm surprised there was no background music though. There's no background music. I mean, and like the gameplay we're looking at, it's like, I don't know. It's not like that clear. Why the fuck? Okay, this is fake. This is the file size for GTA 6, 6767. This shit fake as fuck. That shit fake as hell. People are saying Xbox leaked it and it says 6767. This is Marvel Rivals based YouTube channel now? No, I just uploaded a Tekken video today. Go look at it. I literally just uploaded a Tekken video like literally 10 minutes ago. This is not a Rivals only channel.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yeah. Yep. It's Avenue, yep.
That is...
Yeah, bro, it's Avenue.
Oh shit! Wait, fucking rock is open.
I still can't believe I had a DPS cloak on my team yesterday.
Don't worry, I got it.
We need more Cuphead. I told you, bro. Ask a lie. She's addicted to Rivals just like me, so like I mean, she's more addicted to me though. She's more addicted to me because there's just no way. I'll get off the game to play Rivals. I mean to play Cuphead, but you got to get her off of that game. I'm chilling off not playing Cuphead for a few days. That game is very rage inducing.
Hey, thing.
Especially for her.
Has anyone called you a big bang?
That's messed up, man.
I didn't know you were part of the conversation.
I am. I'm on the team now.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
You're gonna get the most heals you've ever seen.
Like, I'm part of the fucking team. What are you talking about? Of course I'm part of the conversation. I'm part of the fucking team.
Come find us. Never seen a man fucking leave before like that. Oh my god. Nice, good pull though. Moving my respawn beacon. Don't die.
Back in the game.
You on?
What?
Oops.
Yeah.
Got you, Rosie. Yeah, then it's gonna pull the second diamond's over.
Disappear!
I got push.
Luna one, pull in.
I am ready to put on a show!
Armed and dangerous!
Oh, I got headshotted.
Almost a mind game.
I was born ready.
How long am I streaming today? Like 7 hours, 8 hours, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh yeah, you went in business. Yeah.
We'll see.
Get ready. I'm gonna play soon. Good pop star door here. Yeah, we win with this. Go. Emma.
I don't think you need to do that, but that's fine. That's fine, yeah.
Oh, trust me. That's how we win.
I think he was showing his dominance.
Yeah. Am I gonna statement? Alright.
They really didn't TP because of that.
Keep up the momentum.
Back in the game.
This is not happening.
Says who?
Pinch, man. Go down.
What's that? That's not Avenue. Says who is not.
Someone scratch my back!
You're halfway there. Keep going!
Behold the god of thunder!
Hey, Teeny!
What am I listening to?
Healings.
He keeps requesting these Waco Mundo remixes. The fuck are you guys requesting, bro? He keeps requesting this shit.
Pick it up by myself.
These Waco Mundo trap remixes.
If they're ultra now, I think they're good. They're not using. Oh, they swapped look. They're good.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show!
Pushing this. I'm dead. I got this.
I'm here. Please.
Oh.
That one hurt.
The song boosts Blade's damage by 5%. Sure.
Kill Loki, no lamps. Real Loki. I might have to ult that. I have to.
I am ready to put on a show!
And then we have a free traveler.
Now let me ult first.
Pull him in.
Did you guys win it?
Yeah, we win.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
When did you start streaming on TikTok? Like a month ago. I mean, not a month ago, like a few months ago. It's kind of hard to do that because TikTok just keeps banning me or something.
Pretty easy.
It is.
Yeah. Don't worry, you got pockets.
As good as new.
We've got trouble.
Play left and right.
That's for DC. Throw for sure DC. We got like a crazy Windows pop up or something.
Luna.
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier! Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm ready to start.
Slice and dice.
I have ults. Give me a second. Let's get ready to go on with it.
The god of thunder!
Oh, okay, they were all low, but I got grabbed. So I must love grabbing blade, bro. What games do you play? I haven't watched your live and low, just Rivals. I play fighting games and Rivals.
Blade one. No block. You can kill him. No.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Got my ult. Save it for match.
Only
He got
60
lucky right now.
As good as new.
Oh my gosh.
Snack time already.
I'm the help.
For once, I'm vulnerable.
Whoa.
Take so much damage.
Oh my lord, I'm taking so much damage.
Down to 30 seconds.
We gotta use his result.
Yeah. Alright. Start walking up. They have no lamps. I'm going.
I am ready to put on a show.
Race better. 3, 2, 1. Blade.
Your powers are mine.
I am ready to put on a show.
Nice, good pick. Cut that.
Going to overtime.
Loki, no lamp.
Slice and dice.
That was weird.
Lucky one. Blade left side.
The god of thunder!
Taste cold steel.
Lost that. Maybe. No? Need salt.
Very deep.
Alright. Nice.
Yeah, did you get it? TP coming too. Well done.
Nice. Good.
That has to be against the law. What? Dude, I make only 30 cents an hour. I can't afford all that. 30 cents an hour. What the fuck? Bro said 30 cents an hour. But we're getting that's illegal. That's literally illegal. That's actually illegal. That's actually illegal, but okay. I mean, I guess that is 100,000,000% illegal.
Round 2.
Vance gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it.
I was born ready. Slice and dice.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You and me are both one of a kind. The Dino and the Daywalker.
The Dino and the Daywalker.
Don't worry, big fella. I ain't about to let either of us go extinct.
You live in Narnia? It's illegal here. What the fuck? What?
Battle starts in 5,
What?
3, 2, 1.
What the? Oh my god, they're both using the same fucking skin. So I don't know which dino to hit.
Oh, Blade.
Taste cold steel.
Oh.
Back in the game.
Work together.
Oh. I'd die there. How the hell I'd die there? Only thing we just making 36 hours if you're in prison. What is the minimum wage in prison? Oh no. 12 episodes per season? I like 12 episodes.
Check out this area. Taste cold steel.
What is Blade doing? What? He's like, oh damn, I stole that kill. He's like flanking 24/7. I'm at flanking. He hates the sports. I feel that though. I hate the sports too.
We can match their ults.
Unless I'm doing it with one. Them all did no damage to that.
I get ready to go.
Okay. Oh, I'm good.
Blade behind us. We don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it.
Yeah. It's a battle on them, dude.
I get back quick, don't worry.
I'm ulting next to that.
Yes, it's, yeah, you're ahead here.
Oh, my bad.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay.
She put mines on the fucking thing. That's fucked up. Bro brought me to his team. Appreciate that, Bucky. Appreciate that.
I should have dropped that ult before them.
Bro assisted me, no? Bro pulled me so I can ult his team.
Tell me going top right.
That's the homie right there.
Take some damage.
That's nice. Star-Lord wants up on us. Star-Lord. Yep, nice.
That's the homie, bro.
Final score. 3,
W
2,
Bucky.
0.
W Bucky, bro. W fucking Bucky, bro. I like that.
Epic victory. Big win.
That's the homie right there. Evil ass match? How? That not the homie? Hold on. There you go. My bad. I have an itch. And it's not a good one. It's an itch to play, where's this girl at? It's an itch to play, what's that shit called? Sparking, no, I'm joking. DBFZ. DBF fucking Z, bro. I have an itch to play some DBFZ, bro. DBFZ, bro. That's a great itch, no? That's a great itch, no? That's a great itch, no? That's a great itch. Stream trash now? Bro, y'all don't know ball. You ever play... Will you ever play any Riot games? I've played tons of Riot games on stream. What does that even mean? Let me look at my emotes. Eternal Buggy. The Venom twerk is hilarious, bro.
Now,
Lock.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
Bro said, will you ever play any Riot games? Valorant or League? Mainly just those two? I've played Val. They used to be one of my mainstream games. The one where I get my player now is 2x. Bro said, will you ever play Riot games? Like what? That's an insane question. Really? Yeah. That cap banned. That cap banned. Hold on, chat. That cap is gone. No cap. It's a capless match. I'll play you in fighters. Ooh, yippee, yippee, yippee. I think I've installed still. Yippee. Oh, hell yeah, I got it installed still. Yippee. Let me scroll community hub. Actually, no, not a good idea.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
Not a good idea.
My order is sharp.
Not a good idea.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Chat, watch this dude pull out a full fusion team. Bro said a full fusion team. Yeah, I don't play a full fusion team. Who started this cap propaganda? It's not propaganda, bro. That shit, that cap is S tier, bro. My bad. Not even S. Z tier. That's the best in slot, bro.
It appears some timelines feature a
Lomo, you deleted all your ABA videos, as you should.
version of me.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We were inseparable
As you should.
children, you and I.
That's a great idea. Why are we banning Cap? Cause he's best in slot tank, bruh. He's best in slot. What the hell? The current bitrate is 8K, which is lower than the recommended bitrate. What? That's just not true.
The battle starts in 5,
He's best in slot,
4,
bruh.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
YouTube is saying for some reason my bitrate's too low. I don't know why. He's not capping, he's broken in the wrong hands. Bro, Cap will just sit in your backline, jumping like crazy, being unkillable, and get out like nothing ever happened.
A nice deep freeze. What a difference.
Oh, Penny DC'd.
Mission area is yours to capture now.
Yeah, I'm gonna need this Penny to not come back.
Capture the mission area.
Farewell.
Oh, she did come back. Damn it.
Be strong together.
How did you not know Lombok streams? What? He literally is on my stream when he's streaming. Damn! Focus annoying. Yeah, we gotta focus this whole. Like think of Cap as like Hulk, but he actually gets out. He actually gets out instead of just getting burnt. That's how I think about Cap as. He's like Hulk, but he actually escapes. Low-key can do as much damage as Hulk with his combo. If he does the animation canceling.
This is real.
But having a way better roll.
Again!
I'm ready to put on a show!
Oh, you're trolling. You just cucked me. I was about to say, bro.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Oh my god. These guys are freaking healing so hard, bro. Oh man.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Control seized.
We earned this. What a difference.
Did I short in time? This is a bodyguard Bucky ass gameplay, bro. Season 6 ass Bucky. Like, why is he still back there? Go play the game, bro. Let me eat, bro. This bodyguard ass Bucky. Son, can I get a... okay.
This is real firepower!
We're dealing with a Hulk on the point. Help.
Out of sight.
Son, can I get a heal? No wheels. Well, maybe people notice Cap is good, so he's getting called B. I wasn't calling him B. Cap has been ST on all my tier lists. What? Not me. Especially ever since he got that oh my fucking.
Unless Three can bar back.
And also, I think people are failing to realize that the meta can change. Other tanks got nerfed, and also we're in a poke meta. What is Cap? He's a dive character. What is good against poke? Dive. I don't see how people are not understanding that. Like, if the dino is banned, Cap does whatever the fuck he wants, in which the dino is sometimes always banned. And the dino got nerfed. And also, it's not a good meta for the dino. So like, dino just goes extinct in a poke meta, which is why people are putting dino lower on tier list now.
Hail and well met.
Konnichiwa. Good to see you. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We're going to need some fancy swordplay to get us out of here in one piece. Then it is right we should fight together. I like that attitude.
What is this?
Rock.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Because people will say Dive is dead every season. But yeah, Dive is not that good this season. We're in a poke meta. So you're gonna see what? Cyclops, you're gonna see Phoenix. You're gonna see else is kinda like poke kinda. Well, she's more brawl, but I'm still counting her as poke because you can do some disgusting things with that shotgun. Okay, bro. Dude actually put out no more for a 3 and 6 hella. I mean not hella, 3 and 6 magic.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Come on then, if you think you're hard enough. Shot to the soul!
Capture the mission area!
Watch your step! Shot to the soul! Cheers, mate!
Oh my god, can I play the game?
This is real firepower! Armed and dangerous again!
Behind us.
Get the fuck away from me, get the fuck away from me.
Cheers, mate!
Get the fuck away from me. Oh my god, I hate Hulk Exile. It's so annoying, bro. Get the fuck away from me.
Getting in front of us.
Oh yeah, this CC change is not existent, bro. Cause like look at what he's doing to me, bro. The wrong way. Oh my freaking goodness. Rocky can drop his ult even when he dies? No? Wait, I killed him after he dropped it. What are you talking about? Nasu, can you coach me? No, I suck at explaining stuff. I can't coach shit.
Come on then, if you think you're hard enough.
I can't coach shit. I'm not gonna lie. Also, I'm too lazy. Not only can I not coach shit, I'm too lazy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Thanks.
How nice of you to join us, Ilyana. Done playing Demon Queen? I've been at war with gods, Emma.
What if I do this?
What have you been doing? Helping to run a sovereign mutant nation. Oh, and I just had a manicure. Style over substance.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Few beings have the power to best a celestial in combat. Oh, this does not bode well.
Our adversaries gather. Front line doesn't change the fact that you get 2-tap by much.
Breathing gunshot! Keep your tentacles to yourself.
Oh my god, that didn't hit me. Nice. I would have been so sad if that hit me. What the fuck? Onion ring. Son, let me play the game. I got somebody. I don't know who that was though. I got lasered. Ew, this skin makes disgusting noises. The noises that skin makes are disgusting. What is that? Oh my god, he headshot me. Yo, can we switch off the magic? Like they're running hard anti-dive. Oh, that's who you guys been arguing with. Yeah, I've not been looking at the chat. Yeah, they're running heavy anti-dive. Like that's literally why I switched off Psylocke.
Armed and dangerous. Again.
You brought this guy over here? Oh lordy. Oh no. Yeah, this match is cooked.
I got you. No while there are still
No, this match is over. Yo, so they found us. Oh my god. She diamond formed to my shit.
This is real firepower.
Love being the only one shooting that shit. You're fighting a champion no more and you're still playing this champion magic. 13 deaths and all. 13 deaths is disgusting work. I don't know why you're forcing a champion magic into a champion no more, but all right.
No more.
Like he's forcing a B, C tier into an S or A tier character. That's a champion player on it too. It's like, brother, what? Even I switched off Psylocke, and I don't want to switch off Psylocke. But I don't have a choice. Like, I don't, like, what the fuck? He just kept running it down, dying and dying and dying. Like, brother, what? Even I switched. Think I wanted to switch? Hell no. I don't have a choice, though. We're gonna watch Kingsman clips from around boost. Like, why are you playing that into that? Yo, Sabuki, thanks for the 3. Appreciate it. How the hell do I open Netflix on my phone?
Yippee.
There you go, my bad. How is there always drama in this community though? That's pretty funny. Every single day there's drama. Every single day there's drama in this community, bro. That's ridiculous. Oh, I got a new level of blade. Oh, they got beans on their
Do you
team.
think you want to be today?
Victory is in my sight.
Victory is in my sight. Let me cop a free win real quick. A little Cyclops game. The Jitward shit, yeah. I mean,
Who am I gonna banish
like,
from this
they
match?
should just restart it. Because, like, everyone's just doing a he said, she said bullshit. Like, no one knows who cheated or who didn't. So just, like, restart the whole thing. Honestly, the way they're running it is stupid. The whole exclamation point charge thing is dumb. So I feel like it's biased towards, like, bigger content creators, like smaller content creators. Because I feel like if you just have a bigger chat, it's easier to do because you can get more people spamming charge in your chat. And also, that's stupid though, because big streamers wouldn't need it. Why the hell would a big streamer need 500 gifted when they make that money so easily? It's dummy bias, yeah. I feel like the bigger your chat you have, the easier it is. How is a small streamer gonna compete? Like, I don't know. The chance you get, the small streamer gets a few people to spam charge in their chat compared to like a big streamer is just like, that's just not happening. And also it's stupid because if you do have everyone in your chat spam and charge, you can't read your chat. You got to tell them to go to the Red app. It's dumb. It's dumb the way the competition works. And also, I don't think Kingsman needs the money. I'm not gonna lie to you. Kingsman does not need the money. He definitely doesn't. But whatever. That's why people are pretty angry at him. Like, you don't even need this money anyway. Him and Jit were going back and forth saying, no, your chat cheated first. No, your chat cheated. Like, he's like, bro, it's just a he said, she said bullshit, bro. It's like, I don't know.
I'll fight to end the
Everyone's just accusing each other of cheating. Because apparently with the charge thing, it's against TOS. Well, not TOS. Riots, not Riot. NetEase said no macroing, and people are macroing it. What are we talking about? I'm talking about NetEase is doing a competition where like the first person by the 25th that has like the most charges or some shit. You basically have to spam exclamation point charge in Twitch chat or whatever. And like whichever top 2 people each get 500 gifted. The top 2 streamers that do it get 500 gifted. But like people are at each other's throats doing that shit right now.
We gotta take down Doomstat. He may be in league with yet darker forces.
Son, your name is Crab Dick and you're trying to make demands. I'm muting you.
That's not all I plan to sever.
Yeah.
The battle starts in 5,
Don't worry about it.
4,
The person that knows
3,
that
2,
bro, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Just literally don't even worry about it. I didn't mean to say that out loud. The fuck? Where did she come from? I'm dead. GG's. Like if she grabs me, if Blade gets grabbed, you're just dead. What drama? There's new rivals drama with Kingsman and Jitward. People are losing their minds over finding gifted. That's why the rest of us streamers aren't doing that shit. The way it's ran is dumb. Can I get a heal, bro? I'm right in front of y'all. I need a heal badly. You didn't cook. The charge shit, yeah. Whose side you on? There are no sides. The whole competition is stupid. It wouldn't be a problem if NetEase ran the event better. The way they're running it is dumb. That's why the rest of us aren't doing it. Yeah, can we get like a rocket or something? I don't think double white fox all gonna cut it. I mean, I'll bet. Oops.
You can just fuck with it.
Release me.
Yo, who keeps requesting this freaky ass music? Who keeps requesting Chris Brown? You should just throwing me off. Who freaky tonight? What the hell? Which one of y'all freaky tonight? Somebody going through something here? We can talk about it. You need somebody to talk to or what? Me? Somebody going through something? Like, what damn? This shit throw me off. I'm watching my teammates die and I'm hearing who getting all my love. Like, what the fuck? Hey, it's not a free. No, this is a freaky ass song, bro. What you mean? Any Chris Brown song freaky, bro. I'm literally watching my teammates die one at a time and I'm hearing this in my ears. It just threw me off.
They up doing an ult now.
I miss my girl. I need someone to remind me of her. What the? Where is she?
Back in the game.
Oh shit.
Well. Fuck it low. You're walled.
Oh, kill that guy. Alright, fuck this. Oh, goodness, bro. Wonder how long Blade's blade actually is. Well, mine's 19 inches, so I got that 19-inch blade, which is what that counts called 19-inch. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but that 19-inch blade. Wait, but which one though? He has like 3 blades. I mean 2, my bad. The sword of Dracula or is like actual one? The one where he uses an ult or like?
Only 60 seconds left.
This is real firepower.
God, bro. No damage to this shit.
It's gonna hurt.
She missed. That's my problem with this dumb character, bro. She literally missed on my screen. Yo, why is her freeze hitbox that big? She dead ass missed. No. She literally, I literally saw it go to my right, past my shoulder on the right, and it still hits me. That stuff is cheese.
Spider-Man. Let the devil out.
Nah, it can stay that big. It just, oh fuck no, I'm dead. What was that damage? It can stay that fast. It's just the hitbox needs to be like smaller. Like I don't know why the hitbox is that crazy. That is like the fakest skill shot I've ever seen in the game. It's like the fakest skill shot I've ever seen because it's supposed to be a skill shot because it's a guaranteed kill if you hit it. But like my problem is that like it seems damn near like gigantic for a skill shot. I don't even know if you can even call it a skill shot at that point.
The current score
It's just a freeze. It's not even a skill shot.
2-1.
I'm seeing supports panic and just send that shit and it'll hit.
Including which side you're on.
I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
Team to win this one.
I'll fight to
Maybe I'm tripping, bro.
that spawn me.
This is a server latency or whatever. I don't know. Bro, look at the TikTok Discord, bro. People are just complaining, bro. It's just endless people complaining. It's actually hilarious. I thought I was the only one getting banned repeatedly on loop. Nope, not at all. Not at all, bro.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Everybody keeps adding a mod saying, yo, can y'all check the tickets? Can you check the tickets? Can you check the tickets? You check the tickets? Can you parry the freeze? Yeah, you can, but like, it's, if you're in front of her, it's unreactable. You have to preemptively parry it. That's why, like, if you're Daredevil, if you dash at a Luna, if you're diving Luna as Daredevil, you instead of dashing and doing your combo when you like dash at her, you just instantly reflect. Just do an instant reflect because she's gonna instantly freeze you. Most Lunas do. They panic and will instantly just freeze. Some of them are quirky as shit though. Or read it. I'm not quirky, but like some of them are like, oh my fucking god. Some are weird and just won't do it. And some of them actually like will delay it, which is what you're supposed to do on Luna.
I'll just mark him if you need. Like, do some grid checks and everything there.
Let's go. Walk with me, I'm out of ult. I'm out of ult. Walk with me, walk with me. Actually, I don't even think I need the ult. What the fuck? Where these guys come from? I stalled for as long as I could. I got bot hell of time. When she leave, I'm gonna need my shit back.
Taste cold steel.
Please stop.
As good as new.
I love fighting the Dino's blade. Free ult charge. Hold on. Just don't grab me. Don't grab me though. It's free. Oh, nice. You got somebody else. Nice. Oh, we got two of these? Wait, two of these is crazy. What is this comp running? I'm about to ult them again. They stuck in this corner. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. It might have been overkill though. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Not two rocket ults is disgusting. Yo, she missed the TP killer. Nice. What is this copper running? We're running two Loki ults. I mean, two rocket ults back to back. They don't have any hit scans, so they're not shooting the rocket ults. So this is free. They're literally they have nobody to shoot rocket ult for some odd reason. I don't know why they don't realize that.
Yeah. And I've just been marking the what's it called. I'm probably gonna unreal it.
Bet. Oh shit, I'm dead. I got grabbed.
Not cool.
That's crazy.
Mark stuff.
Oh, Spider-Man back here. What is he doing?
Here, you got some.
Silver bullet. The hunt is on.
Actually, I'm gonna need my shirt back.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. I was born ready. Under some kind of spell.
What, more gold neck?
Back in the game.
If you get this box, I got this one. Oh, wow.
So close to winning this.
Hell yeah. Taste cold steel.
Get that vehicle moving again.
If you want to save a rocket, we gotta move. Now. I'll patch you up. Hell yeah. Back in the game. 1,000 guards! Taste cold steel. Get in there.
Yo, they are jumping me down. It's a brawl heavy count they got. Oh my god, I'm extinct.
I was fine, but thank you.
Holy shit, bro. Yo, can I respawn? What is wrong with my game? What is it doing?
You're lucky I was here.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Slice and dice.
I tried it. That rogue was one, bro. Fucking hell.
Only 60 seconds left.
I wanted that rogue dead, bro. She was literally 1 HP, and I almost thought enough for my team.
Back in the game.
You're welcome.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Yeah, just keep farming our truck off me. I'm taking damage.
30 seconds.
Slice and dice.
Yeah, we might have to portal whoever dies first. Oh, Dino's down. Oh, what? I touched. That's crazy.
1, 2, 2.
Look at next.
That
sucks. I touched.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
We'll go. What's last top 3? Is it? Did I not touch? Hold on. We're gonna won that too. What? That sucks. I think I should have told her or Loki to stop healing for a little bit so our rocket could get ult, because he was at 80 for a while. I should have said something. Because I think the Loki was taking too much of that guy's healing. What's up, Wayne? Nice little follow. I think he was definitely taking too much healing from that guy. That guy's healing was very, ult game was really low, a little slow. What's up, Matt? Triple tank is just as much of a slop as triple support. Triple tank. I'm not gonna lie, if you're losing to triple tank, that's kind of a problem. You shouldn't be losing to triple tank. It's triple tank, man. If you don't hop on that Punisher or like Moon Knight or something, just fry those dudes. So many characters you can hop on and easily fry triple tank. Wolverine, like, come on, bro. They giga buff wolves.
Victory is
There's tons of options, man.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Triple Tank not that. I don't think Triple Tank's that good either. Yeah.
Gambit open, out Gambit.
Oh no. What do you mean you'll Gambit and you can Phoenix? What the hell? You don't pick one if you don't pick one. Damn, bro, which one you want? Which one do you want? Do you want Gambit, Phoenix, or Cyclops, bro? You gotta pick one.
Gambit, Gambit and Cyclops. Dude, they're gonna ban Gambit. Who the fuck doesn't ban Gambit?
You can't just call all the meta characters, bro. You gotta pick one. Like, you got teammates, you know.
All right, they can either ban Gambit or Cyclops. We'll see. We'll see.
My man said, "Can I play Cyclops?" And he also said I could play Phoenix and Gambit. It was like pick something, bro. Like who you want to play?
Yep. Now we get
Bro caught all the characters.
Gambit and Cyclops now.
My man greedy.
They can't. They can't. Yeah, we get either one.
Wow. Okay.
My man greedy. I'm not letting him have it. But my man greedy.
I can support unless you really want to support pool. I only play support.
I don't. I could play Hella.
He's talking to top because he has a mouth. No, it was just troll. Like, bro, you can't, like, when you have teammates, you know, that also want to play characters. You can't just pick every character. You can't just call every character, bro. Come on. Like, what we gonna play, bro? Shit. This is hilarious, bro. What the rest of us gonna play if you pick every character?
Get ready.
Thing, Venom, Cap. It could be a problem for Wolf. Thing, Venom, Cap.
I'm gonna
could be,
more Emma's territory than it is mine. Why?
I was wondering if you still needed entertainment, and if
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, just keep Mantis buffing me. I'm gonna shred him. Walk up the down one. Walk up, walk up, walk up, walk up. We need another healer if we're gonna run Mantis.
Yeah, that's why I can add him.
I have ult if I have ult Mantis when you can buff me. I can't hear you, but oh, you did it? Okay. Holy fuck, I got one-shotted. I got one-shotted.
The professor didn't train quick.
Jeez, bro. No, I got fucking one-shotted.
Again! Again! Thanks for the boost.
I killed that Cyclops like 6 man res both times.
Jeez, did you see that? Character is silly.
Knew I saw trouble.
Like, even though I'm playing, I'm telling you, this guy's unhealthy as fuck for the game. Oh fuck, I messed up. Oh, Groot's banned, damn it.
If the battle's not done, blasting through.
It's a healing problem.
Yo, Ignite next weekend. I'm actually gonna watch Ignite next weekend because apparently someone might play Blade. If my rumors are checking out, somebody might play Blade.
This is real firepower!
Only 60 seconds left.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
No side. Stay on the side.
Who is healing this guy to this degree? Oh my god, he's not even getting healed. He's just blue lifed up. Bro's just blue lifed up on a Tuesday. They have one healer. Rocket thought I was gonna let him live. I was solo ult your ass. I don't care. I will solo ult you. Like what? Dude thought he was safe behind the wall. I do not care. I do not care. I am ulting your ass. What? Poor Rocket? Nah. No, poor damn Rocket. You gonna die. You gonna die. I will make sure you will. That ult will you. Anything for the fun? That's value. Oh my fucking god.
This is real firepower! Perfect angle!
Here you go. It's a block.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Oh man.
Thanks for the boost.
Yes.
You wouldn't do that. Yo, this guy. Did you see that? You wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't do what I think you're gonna do, right? He actually tried it too. You wouldn't do what I think you're gonna do, right? Come on, man. It's just me.
Thanks for the boost.
No, man, one of my ass extinct. You wouldn't do that, right?
Armed and dangerous again!
Almost fucking one-shot that girl. God damn it.
Going to overtime.
The professor didn't train quitters.
Propulsion beam!
Oh, man.
The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're
You
on.
said you're gonna go at him like 2.5 minutes.
The right heroes.
That guy's mic is so low. I cannot hear this guy.
Victory is in my sight.
Do I have voice low?
We shouldn't have walked down spawn with White Fox at him anyways.
Nope. I have it maxed out.
That's why we had the match.
Sorry,
This song ass? Damn.
White Fox.
This is a chill song, no?
He had Luna selected, that's why I didn't play at him. We could triple score.
I think we did.
You think so?
Oh hell no! It's a chill song. Y'all don't like this song? Oh, look at the Daredevil
Whoever picks I was
skin.
getting on Hella, I can get
I'll
on
look at it
Hella.
after this.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I'll look at it after this. Song's fine. Yeah, song's fine.
That's what happens when the X-Men are on the front lines of a war for time and space.
We all out attacking, bro.
There will come a time when you must return to Krakoa and rest.
That time will come
The
when
battle
we're
starts in 5,
and not a moment
4,
sooner.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Please. I've been training for this since I was a teenager.
Ionic! Get up! This time I need that should make a difference. Maximum impact! Extreme force! Right on target! Extreme force! And maximum impact!
Son. Okay. Yeah, that's what's up, Ron. Appreciate that, dude. Quit triple when I didn't get healed? That's insane.
Propulsion beam! My
I went triple when I didn't get healed. That's crazy.
Shields up! Disappear!
armed and dangerous! Right on target!
Oh my entire team just got ran down.
Anyone willing to help?
Perfect angle! My
Staple song. Yeah, I'll play this every song request. Oh shit! Where did he come from? Wow, alright, bro. Motherfucker came out of nowhere.
I'm not gonna lie,
Knew I saw
By the eye of Agamotto!
That's BS, yo. I was gone, bro. That was like the max range. That shit hit me like max range, bro. I was gone already, and that shit still got me.
left in me.
Force boost!
A little help, please.
Deleted.
My life force is exposed.
That should make a difference.
Welcome down, indeed. They have 3 minutes. Damn, this is a win-loss type of day, huh? It's win-loss, win-loss. These matches are gone. Deleted.
Against the world!
Well, good. So desperate for my ass.
I mean, okay. He probably like, what the fuck?
I'm an X-Man. We always come back.
No. Damn it, dude. Like, oh. Should have won that.
Jesus, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win all.
Fuck. Fuck. I'm a demote game. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Ha 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 ha. Am I positive today? No, I'm not. It's 3 and 4. Wait, am I losing more than I'm gaining? This one was a 24. Okay, this must have been a full GM lobby. Is this yesterday? No, this is today. 23. Yeah, this is today. This was the first match, right? That was the second one. I've seen the Xenoverse gameplay. I looked at it. It looks okay. Doesn't look like breathtaking, beautiful, or nothing like it. It's okay. It's aight. Aww. You put a fucking thumbs up. Do any thingies from the... Nope, I don't. Deadpool Boogie. Mood. I have a good one. How many good ones? Oh, I do. Fuck it. I'm getting distracted. Lock the fuck in. Lock the fuck in. We need to lock the fuck in. We need to lock the fuck in. Immortal Blade. How does this work? Select it here to equip the title. If it's on loading screen, how does that work? Am I tripping? If it's on loading screen, isn't it for all heroes anyway? Whatever. Anyway, we're close to Legendary Blade. The Legendary Blade is on the way. It's confusing. I don't get it. Maybe it's if you have the character as your home screen. I guess if that is that how that works? I guess. I don't know. Wait, let me pause the queue. I didn't look at the new skins. Hold on. Fuck, what was I gonna do? Oh, the skins. My bad. I got distracted by DM. Rivals. What are we looking at? Oh wait, they didn't show the Widow one yet. Oh, they only showed the Ditto one. What is this? Uplifting welcome. Celebrate the summer. A new ceremony begins every hour of the beach. Join during the 15-minute event window. Claim units. Cool. Listen to this song. Exclamation point skip is crazy. Holy Gunner game brutal. Holy Gunner game. Yeah, I'm convinced some of y'all have never seen a girl at a beach before. Okay, or been to the beach in general. What? That's the MVP? Oh. I might get banned off TikTok. Why do you like stunned? Like, why is he stunned when he falls down like that? He like lost his balance. What is that? They gave extra time for people to inspect his body? What's up, Yora? How you doing? It has effects? Bro, what? Oh, there's different styles. DD. This is like a seashell and seahorse. And this is like a little sun thingy. You couldn't find the board? Oh! What the fuck? Okay, that makes sense. That's pretty neat. That's a neat detail. So how the hell is he gonna swim? Well, I mean, not swim. How's he gonna know his way back to the... I guess he can just go off sound. Know his way back to the land. What are these effects? Demon Rage. It's free.
You couldn't be saved.
Wait, what? Customize Demon's Rage. That's the aura that appears on him when he has heat. I don't see the aura though. Or is the aura supposed to be the scarf? I don't know. You can turn it off. Oh. Why would you want to turn that off though? So you can inspect his body more? Because it's like that with this skin. This red one, you can customize the aura. Yeah, if you don't want it to be pinkish red, you can make it red. That's cool. Game's going? I'm 4-3 today. I mean 3-4 today. I mean, I guess. I don't see the difference between the ult effects though. They literally look the same. What are we looking at?
You couldn't be saved.
What is the difference? I can't tell the difference. Or maybe it's not ult effects, it's just literally a customized thing. He basically has no ult effects, no? Yeah, I don't see a difference. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing because it's not a different color or nothing like that. All we can see is the flames. That's it. Okay, that makes sense. I was confused for a second. Okay, here we go. Lock in. I need some wins. You say has no heat? Yeah. I suspect rivals makes more money from game men than women. I doubt it. There's way more girl skins than male. Doubt it. Highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Oh, great.
Step aside, you gits.
Play my song request? You gotta wait in queue, bro. Is it not pinned? Your song's not next. You gotta wait in queue, bro. You gotta wait in line. If your song is something troll, you're probably just gonna get banned though. Let me see. What would you request? Oh my god, you actually requested something normal.
Which hero do you think you
Wow,
want
you're
to
actually the first person to say this and now request something fucking insane. Just for that, I'll promote your song. It'll play next. You might be the first person to say this and actually request something normal.
My mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Bro's an actual normal person. This does not exist. It's not mine, bro, just a song. Well, I didn't say it's your song. Bro, I mean like your song request. You requested it. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Also, next stream, I think I need to practice my Psylocke. My Psylocke, I feel like, I keep saying this every stream, but I feel like my Psylocke has gotten worse. When it comes to like target priority and neutral and stuff. But Psylocke is a hard ass character. I feel like my Psylocke got worse. So I might do some alt account Psylocke. I'll get on my GM ult. I don't want to get on like a diamond or plat rank ult. That'll be smurfing. You say that about Elsa? No, my Elsa is fine now. I played Elsa earlier and my house is cooking.
The right heroes could make
My Psylocke though, I'm not feeling it with Psylocke lately. I don't know why. I'm just not. I feel like my aim's gotten worse too. My aim with her is worse. I feel like my positioning is worse, and I feel like I'm just playing like shit every time I play her. And also, I mean, it's a fact. It has to be because my win rate with her this season is terrible. My win rate with her this season is terrible. I have a 35% win rate with her this season. Last season, I had a okay, my win rate was positive. I was spamming Psylocke every game. I have a 58% win rate last season. Season 7, I think, felt like that too. I had a 38. Bro, it's like an off season. Every other season, my Psylocke win rate is terrible. This one had a 39 and 7.5. What about 7? 36. Okay, this one was pretty bad. 6.5.
You must be a
But I mean, she's a hard ass character though. This was 45. Yeah, I need to get better at Psylocke. Eat more Arby's. Okay.
Return to the hell that spawned you.
That Spidey's not finally gifted. That's too low. Yeah, damn right I said it. That's too low.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Y'all gonna do work if you want me on Spidey. I'll tell you that.
Reality is collapsing again?
Oh yeah, I want to look at the streamer university auditions video. Apparently it's funny as hell. Dude just slime my support on the rim. Yes. Damn, bro, you greedy. Damn, bro, wanted both health packs. Say something for the rest of us. Oh my god. He got bubbled. What bad time? I'm dead. Oh, he got bubbled right when I dove him. That's so sad. That's so unlucky, bro. Foot fungus 6'7" saved his life. He got saved by foot fungus 6'7". Fucking hell, bro. Fucking foot fungus, bro. Curse you, foot fungus. Why did my team up knock him out? I died to foot fungus 6'7" again. I like this song. The exclamation point song. It's from Bleach. This should have been Bleach Thousand Year Blood War opening 1, but instead it was just the outro premiere thingy or whatever. This should have been the opening of that season, but oh well.
to put on a show.
Die, foot fungus. Die, foot fungus. Die, foot fungus. No, we got saved. Fucking 0-3. I'm done with this character, bro. Holy shit. I'm about to hop on Mantis.
People often mistake empathy for weakness.
Fucking foot fungus. Fuck you, foot fungus.
Only 60 seconds left.
Fuck you, foot fungus. Full team of Sava always crazy. Full team of Sava hose is crazy, bro. No, who woke him up?
Down to 30 seconds.
Who woke him up? No. Why did my melee not kill him though? Oh, he had snowflake on him. Oh my god, he had melee on him.
Stay like a little bit more on my side because we need to heal the front line, and also you at the same time if you go like too far away, I'm not healing you. I can't.
Mantis go main healer. See, this is why I can never get reps on this fucking character.
Bro, let's stay on triple. Let's stay on triple. We didn't even try though. Let's stay on triple, please.
I can never get reps on Mantis because someone else will just switch and be like, okay, let's go go main healer. Or one of the healers that is already on healer will just switch to DPS. But then when I'm fighting the enemies, they just still run triple. It's so annoying, bro. Can never get reps on that character.
Yo, Starlord, can you go back to the triple? Or play a healer, please?
Against the world. I am ready to put on a show.
Or just cut through my shield. Like it was butter. Did I hear a ring noise? A ring noise. Nah, they told him to go back. He's not switching back.
I don't give up. Only 60 seconds left. Thanks. You stopped them in their tracks. Feeling fantastic. Just in this well.
That guy's dying to spawn.
Rest easy then. Down to 30 seconds.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Coming through.
Favorite thrower? Yeah,
Enemies,
fuck Lee.
do not try to
All my
save
homies
them.
hate Lee.
Take them, like,
Damn
come
thrower.
with me. We need to fail front line.
You are a thrower.
If you pull
And you
back,
play
I'm not
Spider-Man.
gonna be
It
able to kill
fits. You threw my last custom. You left the damn custom when we were winning. You are a thrower. Oops, I'm gonna press E. You are a thrower. Bro said, oh, my Wi-Fi went out. Why that shit come back in the moment the match end though? We almost won that too, because someone else already left too. After that, I have to have Sage Jam and Curry in my damn ear talking about some, wow, you just lost to Curry's blade. The motherfuckers trying to rage bait me. You are a thrower. I'm telling y'all, like J. Jonah Jameson was right, bro. We gotta lock this Spider-Man. Oh, what the fuck? You gotta lock this Spidey up, bro. Damn criminal.
family until the end.
30
seconds.
Yo, can you use it look once?
Rock and roll. I got bad news.
Yo,
Chat.
is there a reason why you're not letting me pick you
Time
up?
to switch things up, including which
Shit, I got bad
side you're
news.
on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. I'm not the type who fades
There is a chance that there might be some heads full of cups tonight.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Yo, plaything. We need a plaything.
Just like Mantis, I can't.
The wall is actually doing a lot.
I want to pry as much as I can. Okay, the two-faced chud just jumped off the map. So. What's up, D-Hug? How you doing? Best, I appreciate it, dude.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, okay.
It's
It is Sonic's birthday today.
As you are well aware.
Perhaps the two of us have been brought together here for a great
Okay.
purpose.
Wow. Are your motivations always as transparent as I am? The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
So if any of y'all never played Sonic Unleashed, you missed out on a banger. You missed out on a banger of a Sonic game.
But soon it will not be the only one. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
This whole area is completely destructible. Feel the pull!
Literally. Can't let myself get hit.
I'm here.
Yeah, we're getting dove back here, so
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Push with.
yeah, Cloak, you gotta play next to me. You're pushed up way too much. Oh, GG, you're dead. Oh, you're not dead. Oh, okay, I like that. There's Spider-Man on our cloak again. Venom on us again. He's one though.
I am ready to put on a show.
Venom on us again. Never mind, we're good. We're good. Oh, I got one-shotted, damage boosted with Venom up. Convenient timing.
I don't give up so easily.
Oh, those are super dead, bro.
I'll do my best to carry on, Reed, but it won't be easy.
Let's take a step back.
J. Jonah Jameson is the right message, wrong messenger.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Those said right message, wrong messenger.
That's much better.
Us against the world.
Willing to help? Disappear!
Amazing Spider-Man!
Yo, Dinah, can you play thing?
So shield wasn't off cooldown yet, damn it.
Ocean, protect me!
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Down to 30 seconds.
We're out of time.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Force burst.
GG's, guys.
We'll make it to Budokan.
I mean, I guess. Okay.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Us against the world.
This match is low-key fried. This match is fried.
W DPS. Going 50 DPS to do nothing.
3.
Swap support. Yeah, appreciate it.
We should have just done triple. Is Rocket banned? Yeah.
Well, you can't expect to
We banned Rocket. We should have just stayed on triple. I don't know why we switched off of it. Oh, well. He said you're getting avoided for a month at least. I don't know. We didn't stay on triple. What did I lose for that? 22. Oh man, these games are buns. These games are buns. Play Psylocke next match. You know, practice my Psylocke. I was trying to play that match, but I got one-shotted repeatedly by foot fungus. What's one of the full support that not paying for them? Method? I mean,
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
hey man.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharp.
Hey man. We like that.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Player talking about peeling. I don't believe it. Yeah, we shouldn't listen to that filthy Spider-Man player. That filthy thrower. That filthy thrower. You filthy thrower. What does that mean? Are any of you guys using the vertical thingy? Does it look good? I did some tweaks to it. Does it look good? Nope. Nah, there's at least somebody in here using it. When I say we, I'm in Infernasu. What the fuck? I'm about to say, oh no, Gambit's not banned. Or I don't want to play Star-Lord. Oh, he's banned.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Uh-oh, this is yikes. What day of Cuphead is it? Wouldn't this be day 5? Yeah, oh god, it's day 5. No, it's not 3.
Round 1.
I will not rest until I return to my world once more.
Oh, it's 5. We did 4 the other
30
day.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I just uploaded 2. Just 2 got uploaded yesterday. 3 is getting edited.
You could be
4
partner.
we filmed the other day.
Interested in fighting against us.
Today would be 5.
When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat.
We'll have to let this mom stretch first, but then you're on.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
extinction is on the agenda once again.
Out of sight.
Are you telling me the match I want to play Psylocke, I have to fight Penny? Yikes. Whatever. I need the practice anyway.
That's perfect.
Okay. Like, okay, man. It just one-shots you on Psylocke. Like, you can't even fight back. Like, it literally will just one-shot you. Nah, I'm not switching. I don't care. I need the practice anyway. My game is lagging. I'm getting spikes.
Keep up the momentum.
Again!
Look at this cringe bag, bro. Blue's setting up like a gajillion mines.
What a difference.
How did that Bucky get ult before me, by the way? What? I'm not even close to ult. I know Bucky gets ult fast because of his E, but like, goddamn. She might be faster than I thought. I'm not about to do an aim duel with this guy for no reason.
A shield. Sayonara.
Shields up. Disappear.
What? Did I die to his start of his ult? I was even next to him. Son, what? That thing has that much range? I mean, I know it has startup, but like, what? I was even next to that guy. Holy fuck. So it spreads. Oh my god, I didn't know it does that. That range is long. Nah, I need to go lab that. What? That was the first time I ever died to that. That shit spread hella far. Did I just get one shot by...
New entry judge.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Whatever, man. I'm like, okay.
Out of sight.
That guy was dead.
What a difference. Step aside.
Oh my god, I'm trying to fucking kill this guy. Oh, he's so fast, bro. I can't even catch him. Bro, how is this Punisher everywhere at once?
Farewell.
This Punisher is an NPC, bro. Oh my god. I don't know why Punisher has that dumb pass where he just sees you through walls if he sees you once. What is the timer on it for when he can see you through walls? Like, I need to actually know the timer. I need to know how long that lasts so I can know how long to hide for. But they're down like 4. Come back. Come this way. The portaling. Oh my god, this Punisher's trying to one. I'm dead, bro. Like, this Punisher is so annoying, man. Jeez. I died to card explosion. Never mind, we have a strange. I'm gonna do this part.
I've traveled to hell and back, and I'd gladly do it again if it helps.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Where the fuck are those sports?
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
It was a fair fight, and you
Our
lost.
enemy has been spotted.
Dawn, was that the wrong one? What do you mean? I don't know why he kept shooting me. Like, I couldn't answer it, bro. Like, if you ask me why he kept shooting me, I don't know, bro. Bro just gave up. Like, I don't know.
Only 60 seconds left.
Look how far his Punisher is playing back. Like, what? This guy is an actual NPC. I swear to you, bro.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way. Double KO. Down to 30 seconds.
Who took the point?
You're on my radar.
Is this dude shooting me from across the map? I'm blind. I can't even see him.
The final 10 seconds.
What's this music? I don't know. The song request is on. Chat's picking it, not me.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. Disappear. Supernova. Let the devils out.
You're on my radar.
I swear to you, this Punisher is an NPC. I'm not trolling, bro. Like, I like, no disrespect, but like, this guy is playing like an NPC. Like, what are you doing, man? Like, can we lock the fuck in? Can't reach this guy. I can't reach him. Like, no disrespect, but like, why is he playing like this? He's an agent, and he's no skinned up too. He's no skinned up, and he's walking like a bot, and he's playing like a bot. Like, who zip lines to the back of our team and puts the turret up on our flank? Who does that?
Call me D-Tong now, but Daredevil will do.
Like, what? Like, who? That's tag? What? It was so weird. He switched to Spidey, did he? It's just like, what are we cooking?
Round 2. Go.
There's a beast lurking within me.
Man's trolling or something.
Let it out.
Like, why is he not just playing normally? It's on Punisher too. That character is really strong.
You'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Plank Castle.
I assume your recent journey with Gambit was enjoyable.
It was our honeymoon, Merrick. So, yeah, that's a mild way of describing it.
I have no desire for sordid details. I simply wish to know that you're still content with your decision.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, they surrendered.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I gotta avoid that guy. No disrespect, but I don't want to play with that guy. I do not want to play with that guy, bro. Like the way he's playing, bro. Nah, man. That guy's gotta be an agent, bro. He didn't pick a character. He was about to start throwing, I think. That guy's an agent, bro. And this guy's 3 and 13. Like, what is this guy doing? I don't even know what that guy was doing. I don't even want to talk about that guy. That's a completely different story. Like, just agents. That guy got 2 agents on his team. They had 2 agents on their team, bro. Is this whole lot of red? It's gotta be. It's not, but this song is buns. Or it probably is, actually. I don't know. That song is buns, though. Tweaking? I'm not tweaking, bro. Song is ass, bro. Are you laced? That song is ass. If you're gonna play Cardi, at least play his good songs, bro. Stop trolling. Are you good? Yes, I'm good. That song is ass. Yes, that song is ass, bro. Like, and you let this play? What is a Ski Mask? Ski Mask is good, no? What's wrong with Ski Mask? I'll skip it too, though, if you want to be fair. If we're being fair, I'll skip it too, then. I want this Iron Fist skin, but I don't want to buy this. I don't even have enough anyway. I'm poor. Sarko's on, yeah. Wait, did the commands unpin? No, they did. There. Majub Chino.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Our fight to end.
My order is sharp.
We all Psylocke today.
My mind is sharper.
We are Psylocke.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
We are Psylocke, chat. We are Psylocke. We are Venom. So I doesn't enough dopamine in my brain? Excuse me? What is that even supposed to mean? What is she supposed to send to your brain? Just play the character. JC is playing 2X. It's her last stream before Evo. When you win Evo, I want my cut, by the way. Thank you, thank you.
Never seen that.
In advance. I'm gonna need my cut.
When you win Evo, I want my cup. By the way, I got you. Don't worry, Infer.
Oh, W.
Hell yeah.
Right heroes could make
we're locked in. We're so. Oh my god. We're so locked in.
W. Shit, I'm getting my cut. I'm getting my cut. W.
I don't know how it works. W.
W. Who else is left?
Oh, I swear.
Yo, where's Shine at? Where the streams at? This dude Shine been slacking.
It's actually huge. I didn't realize it was that much money. For like top, like what is?
Where's dude Shine at? He been slacking, bro. I need my cut. Actually, I need my dinner. That dude owes me dinner still. He think I'm gonna let it go. I'm never letting it go too. He thinks I'm gonna let it go too.
It appears some timelines.
He thinks I'm gonna let it go and just forget.
Version of me.
I'm never forgetting, bro. That dude owes me dinner. He said if we win the slam, he said, and I quote, if Team Shine wins a slam, I'll buy y'all dinner. We won the slam at TwitchCon, the Twitch Rival Sage Jam Slam for Street Fighter. We won it, and I have yet to receive my dinner, bro. I'm not gonna forget about it. I'm gonna need some A5 premium grade Wagyu steak. I'm gonna need something. Fuck no, I'm not taking no Arby's. Oh hell no. Oh hell no, bro. Tell Arby's sponsor me or something. If Arby's sponsor me, it'll be a W. Oh my god, I gotta play against DD. This is not gonna be fun. I don't think I can play this character here, chat.
This will do nicely.
That guy dead ass just lead the game.
Sayonara.
He left. Our Cyclops.
Yeah, he was in a corner.
He probably, yeah, that's unfortunate.
If you're not careful, mate, you start
You
to
ever play
become
Roblox fighting games again? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. That guy's won. Hell no. DD fucks up Solid hard? Yep. DD fucks up Solid hard. Indeed.
saved by the Bloodstone gem once again.
I can't go invisible. I can't run away. At least with Star-Lord, you can run away. Like, dude, can they like nerf Star-Lord or like rework him a little bit? Like, that dude is so close to Psylocke's gameplay. He's literally just better Psylocke. It pisses me off.
Turning around, walk up.
Like, oh my god, bro. And he takes like no execution outside of just aiming. With Psylocke, I have to actually aim. It makes me so frustrated because he's the same character as me, just better. That's why like long time ago I didn't mind Psylocke being better than Star-Lord, because Star-Lord is harder. I mean, easier, way easier. Like Psylocke, you have to not fuck up the combo, and you have to have really good aim. Kill that guy, son. I'm down to Star-Lord. Bro, their lineup is just S tier across the board. Holy shit. I mean, ours is too now, but we don't have a choice. All our DPS are S tier. Cyclops, you got Daredevil, you got... Oh, this guy's trying to spawn kill. You're weird. This guy's trying to spawn kill me. We got Psylocke. I mean, not Psylocke. We have Star-Lord. We have Daredevil. We have Cyclops. We got Elsa Bloodstone in here, too. Shit like that makes me not want to rank up. Because how am I supposed to play Blade into this? Like, how am I supposed to compete with these other characters as Blade? That shit is going to be so hard. I mean, I've done it before. It's just hard.
They don't got Star-Lord anymore. All for, all forward. They're down and over now.
Oh, man. They were walking forward, but,
Wait, is that the real Infernasu?
Oh, what up?
This is real firepower!
already. This is Spider-Man C2 character. Fat man.
We're gonna need to swap the 2 tanks now if they're on 2 tanks.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Blasting through. Got you good. Breathing gunshot. Got you good.
Judge, jury,
Oh god.
executioner.
Oh, much better. Cheers, mate.
I'm about to say, is this ult still on? Am I actually about to just die here because of that?
Now or never. Stop them.
Cheers, mate. Release the Glowdrop.
Double kill.
Watch your step.
He's getting healed.
Thanks for the love, love.
Mantis damage and healing. Buffs 1. Hell no. Get rid of triple healer, then you can have that if you get rid of triple healer. I mean, if they were to get rid of triple healer, they buff her healing. So they nerf her damage. She would not be able to keep both. There's just no way.
Did we just double?
Yes, sir. Gotta give me tank buffs. Tank buffs. Tanks are really good right now, low key. You just gotta pick the right ones. Especially in a poke meta, like shield tanks are really good right now. Shield tanks and like the dive tanks.
Only 60 seconds left. Don't give them another inch. Or else. Backstab that vehicle.
Rogue's cooldowns? Rogue is good now. What you mean? You don't even need a team for her now. She's really good. Well, she's solid. I don't know how broken she is or anything. I don't think she's broken, but I think she's solid now.
The current
Yeah, I don't think one tank is gonna work here.
2,
I'll
3.
tank with them.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more down.
What are they running? I can't play Dino. They have a Punisher. I was gonna go Dino. Why is he playing Rocket? Why is Def playing Rocket? What is he doing?
As flawless as they come, darling.
Is you guys pink? I never changed the UI colors. I probably should, but nah.
Only 60 seconds left. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What would I put in my UI if I would have changed the colors?
They have Hulk and Venom.
I saw your most recent invoice for supplies, Logan. I have concerns.
Yeah, this ping is so high.
Infernasu, when I grab a team, can you like try and diamond them or something?
Not need yet
Use it what? Yeah. I'll grab whoever you grab.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Please. I've faced greater challenges in the danger room. Some uninvited guests.
Gotta keep an eye on this. Look at that Hulk. Hulk is up on the roof. I'm gonna go on the Punisher soon. They're pull backing up.
Got one. Oh, he probably gonna yeah, he respawned it, I think. Yeah.
I'm going in 3. I'm gonna go on the rocket. I'm looking at rocket. Start walking now. Punisher's looking at me. And invisible woman. They have no healers. No healers.
They're down a tank as well. No healers and they're down a tank. Walk up.
And they're down Punisher. Just walk. Just walk at them.
Nice. I might change mine again. I'll put mine green. Green. I guess. If I would have changed, I'd probably change the orange to red.
Not in the fight right now.
So it'd be blue versus red team. Red team versus blue team. Instead of orange. Blue versus orange is kind of weird, you know?
Looking at their back line.
It's fat. It's big, 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 big. They were sidetracked by the DD.
Walking up. Kill this Punisher.
I barely kicked her. Goddamn, it was like the last hit of the hitbox. Like the last pixel of it. The literal last pixel kicked her. Long ass legs.
Straight through the park. That sounds too.
I was fine, but thank you.
Not a cap? It is a cap.
Let's rip this.
Ah, dang it. Oh, he's back. Yo, kill this thing. He has no, uh-oh. That's a lot.
They just use like everything.
They use like everything, yeah. Just run away. Yeah, I don't need...
Oh, we burned cloak ult there. I didn't even
Yeah, we shouldn't use that. They use like everything. That's Cyclops, that's DD, that's Rocket.
And
Did
Punisher.
Invis?
I'm pretty sure Punisher.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did too. I don't know if Invis did though. Get this guy.
No, Thing is looking for his right now. Watch out for the door. Thing is there.
Get this,
Yo, I told y'all Thing was right there.
He did get my team. Punisher was right there, damn. He was out of position too.
Daredevil's on the top floor of that building. Or that room.
I will walk out.
It was Thing. Rocket.
You gotta be kidding me.
Dude, why didn't you say you were getting spawn camped by a Punisher? I would have come help you earlier.
God damn it, she
What are we
actually
doing?
got away.
You just ran
She was
around
1
for
HP
like
a
20
million
years
fucking
fighting
times,
Punisher
bro.
by yourself.
Ugh.
Some uninvited guests.
Got my sports zone mic up for some reason. Yeah, you guys gotta talk. Like,
Bruh, I've been seeing him the whole time. Like they've all been back
bro,
there.
you
The
have a
whole
mic.
time.
Use the
like,
mic.
Y'all know that they're back
Well,
there
we
the whole
don't
time.
know. We can't just know. We don't have eyes on our back. You just comment. It's so easy. Like just mic up.
I will have
What? Just mic up, bro. Like what? That's the first word she said all game. Like.
The one shot. Nice.
Just think and die. Think and die. We gotta burn that. I don't even know if we can.
Down. Think and die still. There's one.
Please don't let this thing escape. Thank you. Alright, let's go.
I'm on their invid. Push now, push now, push now.
Daredevil's trying to flank to the left. What's up, Dabo? What's up, raid?
Looking at their invis.
Daredevil.
Oh my god. This raid, bro. This is frustrating, bro. I don't know why she just didn't want to talk. She had a mic this whole game. She just didn't want a mic. Like, how are we supposed to know you're dying? Just comment. It's so easy. Oh, this might be game, chat. This might be game, I fear. Oh, that's not good. I got pulled off. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
That should make a difference.
Down to 30 seconds.
Can't hold.
Don't worry about me. Just walk. He can't get you if I'm back here. Kill the thing. Kill the thing. Cyclops on the left.
Final 10 seconds. No winner yet.
Bro, that mobility is so silly, dog. I'm dead. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Bodies on the floor.
2, 3.
It's a raid, Dabo. How was your stream?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Laid y'all out. That's silly, bro. Corrupt mods. What do you mean corrupt mods? What was Dabo on, chat? What was coming from Dabo's stream? What was he playing? Sheesh. Solo queue life is rough. You gotta do a lot to get some comms, bro. God damn. Like all I said was like whatever, bro. Cock game. Oh, what? Cock samurai game is crazy. It's not even like she was bad. She was a good support. It's just that she didn't calm. We didn't know she was dying back there. You gotta calm that. Our Bucky should have went no more though, probably. Oh well. Yeah, her ults were pretty buns, yeah, but whatever. I think she was just panicking. I don't know. Like that one where she did in our spawn, damn near, and not on the payload. That was kind of. What if you don't have a spacebar? How are you supposed to do this? Well, like, is there a way to do it without? What the fuck? How'd I mess that up? Is there a way to do it without spacebar? I want that last fish. I don't have the last fish yet. Which one was the fish I'm missing? Whatever this is. I have the magnet tuna. I'm missing another legendary. X fishery. It's in the other pool, that one? Is it? Okay, I'll do the other one. Well, I think too, bro. What the fuck? You guys are some trolls, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Yeah, guys. Yeah, we're banning Squirrel Girl, bro. Y'all read the comics? That bitch is crazy.
What's up, Blur? GG, bro.
My order is
Hold on.
My
Give me a second.
is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match? The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh man, bro, they're still fucking with my soul. God damn. This is a stream sniper doom, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Come on then, if you think you're hard enough.
Who the fuck bans Psylocke in this meta, bro?
Stay strong.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. Open the door.
Let me see the hammer. No. I just want to see if it'll charge up my gun. Come on, I'll give it back.
The fact that Phoenix and Gambit are still meta is like hilarious to me, bro. Cause y'all do this every season. I'll be like, I'll read the patch notes, right? And I'll be like, this dude is still a ban, by the way. And then there's like 3 people in chat randomly trying to challenge me saying, nah, he's not a ban no more. They queue up their first rank match, run into Gambit Star-Lord, get their asses torn apart. What am I looking at? Okay, we are getting dove. It's not Gambit himself that's the problem. It's what he enables, bro. Like, run into that Gambit Punisher. Combo out of doom. Maybe on defense you don't have to play him, but like on offense though, this dude's too broken on offense. Oh my goodness.
made a blast.
Compromised. Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier!
W.
Alright, bro. Who's boosting the Bucky? Who is it?
Thanks for the laugh, love.
This is fuck ass comp, bro. I'm about to pick a Wolverine, bro. Yeah, I think we gotta start practicing Wolverine, chat. I fucking hate this comp. This Pain Brothers team up, bro. This team up is annoying. I want Elsa doing percent damage. They're just eating that shit. Oh my goodness, bro. Man, Namor, no, Namor's not banned. Namor, I don't think Namor would be enough damage for this.
Back from the grave, better than ever.
Who's boosting the Elsa now?
Oh wait, they have a fucking Spider-Man. I didn't realize it. Yeah, I can play Namor. Bro.
Judge.
That an Elsa? I don't think Namor can save this anyway. There's so much damage. What am I looking at? What are they doing in there?
You just made my list.
I want to go old, but like I can't even get a chance to.
Thanks for the love, love.
Oh, she doesn't die. Huh?
You're welcome.
A nice deep freeze.
Thor liked new Summerson.
I am Asgard's might.
What? What the fuck? Oh my. Oh, okay. I'm getting targeted.
There's still a chance to stop them.
This guy is ulting me like 2 to 3 times now. What the fuck? Oh, great. Jesus Christ. He said, oh, I got him. I'm getting targeted. Oh, bro, whatever, man. I'm getting targeted by a Jeff, bro. Like, what is this? Very fun, bro. Very fun match, I must say. He said, who boosted my DPS? He got one less kill than us. He got one less kill than us. Talking about some who boosted. Man's a scientist. That guy dead.
A little help, please.
That is much better. Protect your key. Wash our foes away.
Only 60 seconds left.
Namor does not.
I got good.
Magneto!
This Thor think he immortal or something. No, not Thor. Hulk. I think he immortal or something. Oh, great. I couldn't even see.
The god of thunder!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Or just breathes and get kills. I mean, that's the more, bro. I'm out for a good time.
It's now or never. Stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Damn, he almost died.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Don't give them another inch. Or else.
My battle has only just begun. Denizens of the deep. It's clobbering!
The current score is
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a match.
time to switch things up, including which
Tanks are
side
situational
you're
right now? I don't think tanks are that situational.
on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
I think tanks are pretty, a lot of them are pretty viable. Like, who's not viable? Like, you can still play all of them. Like, the only one I would say that's like pretty bad right now is like, what, Penny? Like, Penny? Like, most of the tanks are viable. Like, shield tanks are good right now because it's poke meta. Or if you're diving, you dive the pokers. Like, I don't know.
It would be wise to show some respect.
I mean,
Those who
some
oppose me shall
sure
be
some of
left
them are
to
harder to get
drown
away with,
in
but
my
most
wake.
tanks are pretty good right now.
Still unlocking magic.
It's just that you still just don't get no tank players though.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Reed's probably got some special insight about Doom.
We're on offense. I'm not playing this character here.
Right is right, and
Can we just
wrong is
focus on what
wrong.
we're doing here?
I don't know what we haven't had him. Don't ask me that. I couldn't answer that. You know, if I wanted to tell you why, because I have no clue we haven't had him all of a sudden. Yeah, I think I need to pick a wolf. I be seeing what Donatello be doing on wolf. That shit is pretty disgusting. I can't lie. I mean, I can play wolf, just it's not like at a like crazy level. Oh my god, I can't get healed because my backline's getting. I gotta just babysit my backline. I can't get healed because my backline's just constantly getting dove. By this whole.
I told your bum ass is the pocket beat.
But not today.
I'm just gonna babysit them.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Oh!
Johnny, no! I'll make them pay for this.
Back for another tour.
He's always playing next to the ledge. That's all he wants.
Battlefield ready again.
Turn back to go there. Miles, please time that out. I'm on a 2-week vacation. Dude, I got a 2-week vacation, please. Look at this guy. Had another week is crazy. God, this is so annoying. Oh, I said vacation. Dude just banned him. Damn. That's crazy. Oh my God, can I play the game, bro? I'm getting hard focused, bro. I'm getting focused so hard, bro. They don't even care about us as they want me. I gotta actually deadass change my name on this account, bro. I'm getting a hard focus, bro. Jesus Christ. This shit crazy, bro. Busy right now. This shit crazy, bro. I got you later. Oh, that guy's dead.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I'm dead as hell. Oh, she's dead. That's not good. No, that worked. I don't know how that worked, but that worked.
Bogey here.
The fuck was that? Son. Okay, that cloak is so low. I'm just gonna go with my shotgun. Fuck this. Hello.
Enemy target located.
Thank you. What a stupid passive. I can just see people through walls because why not, I guess. It's such a silly passive this character just does not need. Whatever. Whatever, I suppose. I'm shooting their toes. I'm shooting their toes. Whoa, my thing on there fast. Leveled him too late. Asshole holding his ult just for me too. I know that. Did I ban? I didn't ban it. What, in the match or what do you mean?
This core should cure what's ailing Iraq.
Bogey's incoming. I'm good to go. Not myself. Judge, jury, executioner.
This is real firepower! Armed and dangerous! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
That works. I'm the Wild Black Billy Man. Hello, Wild Black Billy Man. That is a title. Uh-oh. Yo, chill. The fuck? Did he just lag? Hey, Jiggle, peek me. Peek me, peek me. Oh, man.
The current score is
I was all like Billy Boy, but now I'm a man now? Oh. May I ask what you did to become a man?
time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
What did you do that made you a man?
The right heroes could make all
Compared to
the
before?
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
How did the evolution come? I didn't ask you, King. I didn't ask you. I asked him. I asked the man.
Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman.
What?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What? What did he just?
You know my weapons can still lock onto you, even when you're invisible. We are, for now. But in this
that just threw me off completely.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does, I'll be ready.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
That is not what I expected him to say. Oh my fucking god. Wait, why'd I shoot him? Why'd I shoot him? That shit just threw me off completely, bro. That first sentence and second sentence completely contradict each other, but whatever. Oh man, that just, yo, that shit just had me in tears, bro.
30 seconds.
Oh my god, that shit just threw me off completely, bro.
Double kill.
Oh my god, I gotta stop asking questions. Oh my god. Yo, her team that shit so quick. Oh my god, that shit threw me off so badly. Bro, I can't play no more. Oh my god, I should not have asked that question, bro. Oh man, that shit threw me off, bro. Oh man, I can't lock in. Oh my god. Oh man.
Without Ty, I wouldn't know the
Oh my god. Oh, the first line and then the second line. Like the first thing he said and the second thing he said with the woman. What? No, I'm saying that after vote for Trump is crazy. That shit just threw me off completely, bro.
Judge, jury, executioner!
That shit threw me off to a different degree, bro. Oh my god, that was Fucking random. Oh man. Just saying that and then saying I protect the woman's spaces just threw me off completely, bro. I don't even care about the rest he said. The fucking first part just threw me off so badly. I'm dead, bro. Holy shit. Oh.
Let's regroup again.
Oh, man. Nah, some of y'all chatters are hilarious, bro. Nah, some of y'all hilarious, bro. Oh, man. That threw me off.
Or you just naturally just dog shit.
Oh. I have no words, bro.
Bro, you're just walking out to die again. Like, look at you. Are you like, you got something missing up there?
Oh, man.
It's almost like they have this placement, bro. This Namora, I have no idea what he's doing, bro.
Nah, I'm out of it, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so sorry for my team. I'm out of it. When was the last time you legal with Sage and Terra? For like the other day? What do you mean? You don't watch the streams. You don't watch the streams, bro. That's on you. You just don't watch the streams, bro. Literally watch the Game Awards and shit with them. They're literally in VC right now. Like we VC like almost not every stream, like several times a week. You just don't tap into the streams. What about Dabo? Dabo, I was playing Rivals with Dabos like 2 days ago. You just don't watch the streams. That's on you, bro. You gotta tap in. Oh my god, that threw me off. Oh, that threw me off, bro. Oh my god, that was so funny, bro. And they banned all my characters down, except Blade. But I'm not playing Blade here. I saw someone take out a loan just to go. Oh hell no. To Evo?
30 seconds before you attack.
There's like not even a lot of people going this year. Most people are going because they're obligated to for like jobs and shit, for commentary. Most people that are going don't even want to go. Or it's not they don't want to go, they don't have a choice. They need the exposure or they're doing work shit. The Evo entrance this year is at an all-time low. Because one, it's Vegas. That shit is expensive as hell. I went to the last two Evos, but I'm not going to Evo this year.
3, 2,
and all that little like all the stuff with the Saudi funding thing that threw a lot of people off. So like that's why a lot of people are not going to Evo this year. And even bro, I paid $12 for a pretzel, bro. Why the fuck would I go again? To pay $12 for a pretzel again, man. I don't know if I want to pay $12 for a pretzel again. Son, I'm not. Didn't I take a photo, bro? I paid $12 for a pretzel. I was hungry as shit. It was inside the venue. I didn't want to leave the venue, but even the food around the venue, around that, there's like a strip, the Evo strip, or like the Las Vegas strip. Like that area is like everything's expensive because it's like an entertainment zone. It has like a whole casino and stuff, so like everything's just tourist attractions, so everything's like overpriced as fuck. That whole area is just overpriced. The Las Vegas Strip. It's called the Strip because it's like a metro line area. It was like a strip that like wraps around, or is it like the Tesla Strip or something? I don't know what it is.
Get his.
Someone that lives in Las Vegas here will probably tell you why. If I were to live in Cali, I wouldn't live in Cali. I would live probably in. I'd probably either live in Las Vegas, like near Las Vegas or whatever. Well, that's Nevada anyway. I'd probably live there, or I would live in SoCal. Vegas is expensive, so fuck that. Well, I mean, Cali's expensive. Oh man. Oh, sports not vote yet.
The god of thunder!
No winner yet. Going to overtime. With you.
You said good on no more, bro. I was trying to peel. Speaking of Las Vegas, Asian Money. Why are you telling us this? And why do we need to know this? Why would we need to know this? Why would we need to know this? Lock the fuck in. All right, it's Cuphead time. I'm turning Summer Quest off. It's Cuphead time. Oh, that was funny as hell, bro. Yeah, so she's the reason Evo expensive? No, Evo is expensive because it's in the Las Vegas Strip. Evo is like Vegas, bro. Like that area is just dummy expensive, bro. What do you expect? What you expect, bro? It's Vegas. All right, bro. Where's Elia? What about do Cuphead? Want to be a member of the Goon Church? What? The what? I don't even know where my controller is. Plugged in my PS5. I forgot we did that. Rivals on console shit. Goon's side is crazy. Bro, those hero emotes are disgusting, yo. Oh, man. Where the I gotta open up Parsec. My emote is insane, by the way. That emote is ridiculous. Client. Why does it keep switching my monitor? It keeps switching to the wrong monitor. Oh, I should tell her to claim her dailies on Rivals first. I was me for saying what I did. Fun times, bet they are low. Oh, you're about to get shot again. Yikes. I mean, he's not even following anyway, so. I have no words. Anyways, it's Cuphead time, guys. Look at my controller. It's Cuphead time. Everyone's favorite Cuphead. Oh my lordy. Why's my controller not plugging in? This is pissing me off. What the?
Like to roll the dice by chance.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Where is she at?
just gonna watch this. I think I did really.
Oh, she's looking at her VOD on Rivals. All right, that's fine.
While we wait. What?
Ooh, I should tell her to. I should tell her to look at the what is that VOD? I mean, not the VOD. The replay ID of that cheater.
Oh, you're ready? Okay. Okay.
Wait.
Were you in a match?
Nah. Well, I just finished, but don't close your game yet. I was gonna tell you to get your dailies.
Thank you.
Yo, chat. Hold on.
I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, get your dailies. I was gonna tell you to look at this replay ID, but I think you can do it another time.
Was it funny?
It's pretty funny. I linked you it.
Okay. Was it from today?
No. It's from... Don't worry about it. You'll see it. Just spectate.
Okay.
Widow.
Spectate Widow. Okay.
Let me open my game up so I can make sure it's the right ID. Chat, y'all know which one I'm talking about, right?
Bye, kitty.
Mecha Chameleon. What is that? What is that game? I keep seeing people play it. Y'all don't know?
I'm open up Parsec or Parsec. So whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Oh, mine's open. Wait, I need to. I want to see your reaction to this. I'm opening my game up. I gotta see if the ID is the right ID.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna just open up your Twitch then.
Hmm?
Cause I closed Marvel already.
How do I check IDs, chat? We check replays at
Isn't
chat.
it in history or I think it's in history, no?
Is it
or
in history?
leaderboard?
It's somewhere. I think it's history.
Go to...
What do you check it at, chat?
Or is it favorites? Shit, I don't know.
Favorites.
Oh, it is favorites.
Ah, nice.
There we go.
Nah, you gotta look it at your own. I just put it in chat. You gotta look it at your own.
Okay, let me reopen it.
Yeah,
then.
reopen it again. I want to see a reaction. Chat, do y'all know this game? I'm closing mine.
Hi, Kyoko.
Let me see the stream together thing, or just knock.
Okay.
You get your express juice thing?
Express juice?
The free reward, the blue stuff at the beach.
Oh yeah.
Okay. What is that game? Oh, you're gonna see. It's a great game.
Okay, I'm in.
Ah, perfect.
Ugh. That Widow is crazy.
That's a great Widow right there. That's the best Widow I've ever seen. You're gonna knock your socks off. Now, you rarely see Widows like that, but when you do, you gotta appreciate it. My earphones tangled. Give me a second, chat. It's top 500. Oh, for sure, 100%. That Widow was 100% top 500.
Widow?
Yeah. You're not a fan of Widow?
Oh wow.
All right. Spectate
Were you
the match.
you were in this game?
Don't worry about that. Just spectate the. Don't worry about that. Just spectate the match. Now watch the Widow, and only the Widow. And only the Widow.
Okay. She's him. She's him.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I'm surprised you've really not seen this.
What do you mean?
You've really not seen this.
What do you mean?
Wait, no, keep watching. It's not done. Wait, no. Wait, keep going.
I'm sorry,
No,
what?
just keep going. Just keep going.
Wait,
It gets
keep
better.
going.
It
Wait,
gets
what?
better.
No, just keep going. Just keep going. It gets better. It gets.
Bro.
What's wrong?
Bro.
He's top 500.
What's wrong?
No way.
He's top 500.
How does this not get?
No way.
Oh, never mind.
How does this not get?
Never mind.
Secret Widow buff is great. That's the new rework. Dropping next patch.
How is this match still going?
I mean, how are you gonna end it? You can't surrender to the second half. Remember?
Oh.
How are you gonna end it? You can't surrender to the.
Yo, this is shameless.
I've never ever seen a widow kill Thien. Ever. I've never ever seen a widow kill Thien.
Oh, that's great.
She brought a slingshot to a gunfight.
Oh, that's great.
That poor Sandy. That poor Sandy.
Alright, we can play Cuphead now if you want. That is great.
Play Cuphead now if you want. That is
accurate
I
Widow.
want to see the outside perspective of this.
Like from their POV?
No, like.
Oh, what does it look like? It's probably just lasers. Like, I don't know. It's probably like Cyclops lasers. That is a great match.
That is crazy. Have you seen the widow with the AK-47?
What? That is
Well, I think that literally looks like it.
That's a Widow with an AK.
She was shooting.
She has a switch. Oh my god, that's a lot. I've never seen a Widow hit 27k damage.
You tell me they didn't report this entire
No,
time.
but like you could. They did. I'm sure they did. It's just that sometimes the system still doesn't pick it up and end the match. You know, it's like if it's undetected, it's
That is
undetected. Even though a
crazy.
Widow is doing
that
that
has
much.
to be detected.
You would think that.
How do you undetect that?
You think that, but hey.
That's crazy.
All right, you can connect to my PC. Oh, let me open up my CUPHEAD.
I'm here.
Is your controller plugged in?
Yes, it is.
All right, let me change the game to CUPHEAD. Let the suffering begin.
My controller keeps disconnecting every time I do this.
So you need to disconnect and connect again then, right? Or what do you mean?
I think it's connected now. Now, I think.
Okay.
By chance they came on devils.
Wait. I gotta change the game on TikTok to CUPHEAD. Whoops. There we go.
Game and gosh, they paved the.
How
All
close are we to finishing?
I mean, we're on world 3. There's 4 worlds. So yeah. We beat this. We beat the next world, and I think we're done. I don't know if we're doing DLC, but I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, there's so much in this world.
Oh, we gotta go back. We didn't do the last thing we did was the crab, right? Oh wait, no, we didn't finish this. We need money. Okay, here we go.
Cuphead? Yeah. Oh, hi, Oreo. Wait. What's this one?
It's the run and gun stage. Remember with the lobster that was spinning?
Yeah. Oh, shit. 2K. Thank you. Wait, 2K streams? I didn't know that.
Stream sometimes.
2K, thank you. What'd you stream?
Oh, what the?
I freaking died.
You still addicted to Valorant, 2K?
Yeah. Hi, yeah. Thank you, 2K. Hope all is well, JP. We're playing Cuphead right now. You guys play Cuphead? Thank you. I need that. Look, I need it bad. I got
off it. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
I don't want to leave you, so I got off of it.
Raiders, how are you guys doing? Oh god.
I'm good. Let's jump on it.
Okay, hold on. Wow.
That's unlucky.
I'm one, so.
I got you.
Thank you for the raid.
Oh, that's BS.
I kind of remember it now.
Yeah, this stage is. Oh wait, I don't have the beam on. That's awkward.
There was a. What the?
Oh my god.
Oh
fuck! Help! Oh,
wait, my buddy! I'm sorry. I'm
You're
reading
good.
chat. I'm not locked in.
Hold on, my game is stupid loud. I gotta lower it.
Thank you, TK. I hope you have a good day at the gym.
Oh, it's not loud. It's just. Okay, I had one of my settings wrong. All right.
Okay, I'm locked.
Yeah, I gotta switch my auto after this. What other thing? Oh, I have boomerang. Oops, sorry.
I thought I had the automatic parry.
Yeah.
I guess I don't. I actually don't know what I have on right now.
I think you have coffee on, if I remember correctly.
Never mind, I'm not locked.
All good, all good. It's warm up. We just started. It's all good.
Damn.
You're good. All right, you go first.
I don't know how I do this one.
I mean, you can skip it,
that
or
was
you
unlucky.
can jump over it. I'll take this. You gotta jump it. Ow!
I got it. I got hit again.
Oh man.
That's fine. I'm gonna switch your ult.
Yeah, I gotta switch to the beam. I was gonna beam the lobster, but what is this again?
Oh, remember they don't come back up.
Oh, that's fun. What? I don't even know what the hell is after that, but okay.
You will ride the octopus.
Ride the octopus. Okay. Whatever that's supposed to mean. 'Cause I haven't seen no octopus, but
It's an octopus.
I didn't see any like platform.
No, that is one.
Well,
Oh.
let's sit on the platform. It'll take me, I guess. Oh, that almost hit me.
Oh, shit.
Oh, the standing on this break it? Oh, it breaks it. Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Don't know how I lost that.
Fuck. Oh my god, this fucking lobster, bro.
I lagged for a second.
I got you. Oh my god, I almost did not have you.
Thank you.
Fuck. Okay, yeah, I'm dead.
Oh no.
Oh damn.
You want to change up our
Oh, I forgot.
kill set?
Sure.
It becomes an auto scroller. You have to keep pairing the gem on his head to get him to move.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh.
Do I beam? I guess I don't need the beam then. I don't know.
We do better with invincibility. So I get an extra heart, or I do the automatic parry.
I would do heart, but it's up to you. I feel like if you use the invincible. Oh, I thought you meant the smoke. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I think it'll sound good.
I'm gonna try the automatic. See how that one works.
Yeah, I guess the automatic
Beam
would
for
be good.
oh, beam would be good for the lobster.
I was just gonna skip the lobster. I wasn't gonna kill it, but maybe we should kill it. I don't know.
Fuck that lobster.
Damn. Oh, I thought you wanted to get it.
Yeah, my bad.
Fuck.
Oh god, that's not nice.
Ow.
Bruh.
Oh, that's cheese. Oh, I'm trolling.
Nice.
Whoa.
No, not here.
Oh no, I got you. Barely did, but
Damn,
I did.
that's crazy.
Oh wait, that's my ult. Whoops. I mean to do that, but
I lagged out.
you know if you're still alive.
Okay, I'm back.
Do you see the game? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Start it when you're ready. Oh fuck. I can't even see you.
I'll switch it back to my
Fuck.
lives. I was doing good without the live. I mean, without the parry.
Stream lagging? Nah, it's just you.
Are you gonna change your super?
And oh wait, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
smoke dash should be good in this. Oh, it would.
I wouldn't trust that, but
Me either.
I don't know.
I've died a few times by doing the smoke dash.
So like being in the air and smoke dashing is like you'd have to know where you're gonna land. But I don't have smoke dash, so I don't know. Fuck. Whoa. You're good, dude.
That scared me so bad.
Okay, that was... I almost fucked that up. No! Damn it. All right, the lobster. I don't have ult, so I can't ult it.
Oh, I missed it again.
It's all good. It's all good. I would just sit up here for you. Okay, I'm gonna ult the lobster. I don't even know if it's gonna kill it. Oh, it did.
I landed on top of it.
It's fun.
Okay.
Here, we don't have to worry about that lobster anymore. All right. What the fuck? No, that's dumb.
I thought it was gone.
What? That shit is not dead.
Oh my god.
What is it back? What? What is the point of it having a death animation for? It doesn't die, it just respawns, yeah.
Okay, my bad.
You're good. Nah, there's no point of fighting it then. It just stuns it for a little while and it comes back.
Too close.
Take your time. All right, this fuck ass crab, bro. Or lobster. Ow. Now we gotta hurry up before the lobster's done. We gotta go before the crab comes back or lobster comes back.
I don't know how I would live that.
You're good. I don't think the lobster reaches back here, so I think we're fine. Okay, we gotta do this both at the same time. You ready?
Yes.
All right, go. I got you.
No, you shouldn't have gone back.
I might have trolled. Whatever, just go. Wait, go. Just go. You're right, I shouldn't have.
I can't see how to survive the
that last part?
Bubble.
I think you have to just keep bouncing on that. You have to keep bouncing on it and it'll move.
I know, I deserve the bonk. Shit.
Oh fuck, I'm trash. Go for the green shot where it shoots and it tracks the entire screen. Oh, that's DLC? Oh, there's power-ups that are locked behind DLC. Oh, we didn't play that yet. Oh, wait, I asked you guys this before. Are we supposed to beat the game and then play DLC or play it throughout the game? You guys said it doesn't matter, right? We can just see what happens after we beat the game if we want to do DLC.
Wow.
That was a bad run for both of us, damn. Yeah.
Okay, bruh.
Yeah, it's a horrible run. You don't really need to play it. Yeah, but where's the fun of not playing it, though? If we're too farmed after the final boss, then we're not playing it. We'll see, dude. No bouncy balls. I forgot you have that. Fuck. Oh my god, why'd I do that? So many freaking mobs.
Damn.
Yeah, you don't have to actually like hop on that. You can skip it. That's what I've been doing.
Okay.
This you can't skip though.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so annoying. It was coming back at a perfect time. What the? Okay, we gotta just wait. Crack shot? What's crack shot? Fuck. Yeah. Okay, when the pink thing comes, just remember that you can skip it. If you just dash on. Oh, what the?
Oh god, you. Okay. What?
How did you die?
I don't know.
Well, I gotta get this coin. What's for lightning? Bro, I don't want to talk about that.
I can't even reach that.
Let's go before Lobster comes back.
I like the floor. It's okay.
You mean the water?
I like the water. Don't forget there's a
no,
coin
I didn't
in
use
here.
my ult. Fuck. All right.
Okay. Okay, forget it. I don't know why I can't jump on that.
Wait, what? What's that?
Oh,
is that gonna hit me?
Oh,
what the? Wait,
No.
are you? Oh, that's annoying. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna save my ult for that last part. Cause what the fuck is that? I almost messed that up. No way, I dashed too fast. I'm gonna go back for it. Take your time. Oh, fuck. Nice. Oh, that's so annoying, bro. These fishies keep coming out of nowhere. I'm so ass. I have to use this now. Yeah, that would have killed me. All right, let's go. Ready when you are.
All right.
Wait, do we have to one at a time that?
I'm like spamming my jump button. It's not going through.
Yeah, we do have to one. Oh, I didn't know there was a bubble behind me. That's stupid. Okay, yeah, I think we have to one at a time that. Because it won't bounce us both at the same time. Or maybe it will, I don't know. gonna let you go first next time though, for the last one. So many mobs. Okay, where is it at?
Oh.
I gotta get the coin.
Fuck you.
I gotta get the coin. Ow.
Okay, cool.
All right. That's weird. I got you.
Don't. No comment.
I didn't see anything. Don't worry.
Fuck you.
I got you. Oh man.
No. Oh.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Get some food for me, Infernasu. Don't forget that coin.
What coin?
There's a coin in there.
Oh shit, I forgot. Wait, I might have sold. Do I have to use my ult for this? Is it not gonna come back? Game? Man. I wish I could use dumb bubbles.
Do we get slapped by the tentacles?
I would hope not. If I do, I'm going to
The pearly
uninstall.
thing's pink.
What the fuck? Why did it just fake me out like that? Oh my god. Okay. What a game. What a game. What a game. Alright. This is the run, I believe. Yeah, alright.
Did you want it? Oh.
Where the hell's he at? Wait for the lobster. Do we have to actually jump right there? I don't know.
God. What the?
Nice dodge.
Okay. Oh, that was such a wasted life.
It's fine. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
For one at a time.
You go first. Okay, that's awkward, but
Don't comment. You don't gotta mention it.
Watch out for the bubble from behind, but oh fuck! I said it and I got hit by it. I don't want to talk about it, man.
Oh god. Oh, don't comment that. Never mind.
Oh, the coin.
I shouldn't have laughed. Watch out, Buckley.
Dude, what? It went to
you gotta be on the pink.
What pink?
Pearl.
Oh, I have to bounce off the pink thing?
I think so.
Okay. Yes, all right. Wait, how do I know it's about to go down though? Does it only summon the pink one when it's about to go down, or like, I don't.
I think it's just reaction timing.
Oh, parry the okay, I got it. I remember.
Oh, bruh.
It's going down because you're hitting the rocks. Interesting. I'm running us. Or not.
Not me. Not me. You're funny.
Oh, fuck. We're not running it. I can't run it because the screen locks.
Bruh. Oh, okay. It's because I hold down.
What? Whatever. I fucked up hard.
Went the wrong fucking way.
All right.
Don't.
I don't know how I did that, but I did it.
I'm not. Oh my god, I'm not.
You can make it.
No. Okay.
Smooth moves. Okay. Nice.
Watch.
No,
oh, you don't need to watch out for that. No.
No.
No, we're so close.
No, but the coin.
Wait, what coin?
You didn't see the coin in the air?
No.
That's why I was jumping like crazy. There's a coin that's in the air when the thing is traveling. That's what I was like saying we need help.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to say that, but there was so much going on that I couldn't even communicate.
I got it.
Nice. I'll get it. That works.
Oh, what?
Oh my god, how'd that not hit me?
Oh, goodness gracious. Damn, you did so good.
On your go. Thank you. That's awkward. All right. You see the coin in the air?
Oh yeah.
This fucking coin. Aw. No, I tried to get you. Sorry.
Don't worry about me. You got it.
That's awkward. Okay. Nice.
See?
Thank you. WWW. Nice. Okay, we have money now. We're not poor. We can go buy stuff. And also, we didn't do the hotel stage thingy, whatever this is.
Oh, that's right.
Where's the shop at? No shop here yet?
I don't think we.
No, we're not there yet. Yeah. I wonder if coming back here is troll, because what if like the new shop has like more stuff? Where is it?
Isn't it over here?
Yeah. Okay, I am getting to an art. My damage is gonna be so low, but I feel like hearts are just so valuable in this game. It's literally your life.
I might get the twin heart or the spread.
I have spread. It's the red thing. It's I don't like it, but I mean, I can show you it if you want to see it real quick.
No, I've seen it.
Yeah, it does hella damage though, but it's like I
As
only
long
use it on
as you're
specific
close.
bosses. Yeah.
I think I die a lot, so I think the twin heart would be more useful for me. So sad. So sad.
Yeah, my damage is about to be so bad. I mean, I'm not using it on everything. I'm only using it on like certain stages where it's good.
I can't make returns. I would love to return.
What do you think this is? She said returns. Okay.
No, my damage is really low though, for sure.
Well, it's about to be lower if you use twin heart.
I'm probably gonna get off of the auto aim and use pea shooter instead.
Didn't you said you wanted roundabout? I remember you said you wanted to buy roundabout.
Well,
next.
I was choosing between twin hearts and the other like damage dealers.
I see.
Maybe I'll get pea shooter and chaser instead of blobber.
Before you guys leave, go buy the circus tent. All right. Circus tent.
Behind the tent.
This one?
There's a bunch of circus tents.
Yeah, which one? You gotta like cool places to circus.
This one. Oh, that's not a tent.
Far left?
Oh!
Oh, that's where his friend is.
Alas, I thought I'd never see another living soul again. I lost my way while searching for coins. No one has money for haircuts these days, thanks to that blasted casino. Well, I better get back to my pals in the quartet. Oh, let's go talk to them now. Thank you, guy.
Thanks. They aren't moving. Oh boy, you did it. We're quartet once more. Gee, you must have run yourself rags tracking him down. We can't thank you enough. Let's celebrate with a song. Ready, boys? Key of B flat.
It's nice to rest your eyes and maybe go
That's pretty cool.
outside. Grab a book and get some air. So what are you waiting for? Why not take a quick break?
I wanted money, but I mean, fine.
This is nice of him.
Yeah, but I would have preferred the money, though, no?
Yes, same.
Exactly, see? They ain't gonna pay me? Like,
Practice your Lindy hop. Bum 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 bum. And maybe later sing with your barbershop. Why not take a little quick break and come back for more? Or then come back for more. Or please come back for more.
nice.
That was nice.
Please come back for more. I still would have preferred money. Whatever. Let's see. What do we got here? Honeycomb Herald. All right. Ready when you are. What the fuck?
Oh. I don't like it.
Oh, that's. Oh, we're going up. We're going up. Oh god. Oh god. Is that a bomb? Okay, I can't use this tracker thing here. I'm gonna switch.
Oh shit. Do I have to?
Wait, but we have to shoot him. Oh, so we have to aim down. Oh, fuck.
Shit. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need that chaser again.
Yeah, but it's tricky because we might shoot a bomb. Those are actually pretty easy to dodge, though.
God darn it.
Oh my god, my damage is so low.
Can't kill this guy?
That is the boss. The cop guy?
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm dead.
Okay. Gonna save.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, we both got
hit. Oh, that's just barely the first one. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I do have chaser. What am I thinking of? Oh, maybe I could use lobber here. It's pretty
Lobber
short
sounds
range.
like a very good here, yeah. Try spread.
I feel like spread would be good here too.
Yeah. You skip that
I
level?
haven't used whetstone at all. Is whetstone even good?
First parry. What does it say? The first parry move doubles damaging axe attack.
It probably doesn't. The Queen's
I have
Enchantment
no
mission is
clue what that
reference to
does.
Darkstalker's QB.
Oh, that's a character in Darkstalkers. That's a oh fuck. It's a fighting game. Wait, you can't destroy the bomb. I thought you could destroy it. You can't even destroy
Why are
it.
you getting fucking closer to me, dude? Get the
It likes
fuck
you.
away! God fucking damn it!
That shit likes you. Oh man. Are bees attracted to yellow, not red? Oh
Oh
fuck.
my god.
I thought they were attracted to yellow, not red. Because that thing really, really likes you.
Fuck off!
You did say you're popular.
Bro, go over there!
Especially on Rivals lately, you said.
God.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm not bothering. My damage is so low. Oh. Oh, it's a bee. I'll get you, don't worry. Never mind worry. What is that? I'm dead, GG's. Yo, this is so weird.
Okay, maybe forget lobber. I'm gonna just use my chaser.
Here, let me try coffee with. I gotta switch my super back to beam. Let's try this. All right, ready.
A great slam and then some. You're up.
I'm doing normal damage now, so let me see if I can shred this guy. Fuck you. Oh, I am playing like a bot.
Oh, I fell off.
Oh, yeah. I forgot I don't have that much
Oh, I
cards.
got you.
Oh, thanks.
Shoot, I'm not in the range I want to be in.
You get over here, buddy. Oh, he died super fast.
No.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, the damage reduction actually stacks up. Like a lot. So I'm doing way. What the fuck?
I'm trying to get you.
You're like
Oh my
jumping
God.
instead of jumping. Yeah, I see. I know what you're doing. What is that?
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Wait, what the fuck? They're like
Fuck,
bullet bills from Mario.
I went up fast.
They're like bullet bills. Who's that? Okay, keep going. You can probably win this. Or just keep going for science.
Oh, never mind.
Okay.
How are you no rage? I hope. Oh no, I'm doing so good not raging. Heck, how are you?
You're a rager. I wouldn't say you're a rager like that. You get freaked out by stuff, but I don't think you're a rager. Fuck.
I do not get freaked out. Shit.
Oh, okay. So what is that scary game you haven't beat yet still?
That, you know what? You're raging me, right? You're trying to rage me. Huh?
I'm not rage baiting.
That's the plan.
Oh, fuck. I was too busy trying to rage bait. I died.
You were?
Fuck.
I freaking knew.
That does not count. What's up, Rat?
God damn it. Where am I? Oh, shit. You know what? Hi, gaming.
Sheesh. I blame you.
You compare. Oh, the pink spheres. Oh, guy. Why didn't I think of that? Okay, so you compare the pink phase thingies.
I blame you for my death.
Sure.
You weren't so rage baitable. I would have been alive. Is that even a word? you wasn't so rage baitable.
Oh,
why is that B so depressed? He's so sad.
Oh, God. Aw, that just happened to get me.
Oh, fell. Oh, come on. This stage is something, that's for sure.
Oh, damn.
I think we just crouch these, I guess.
Yeah,
we're on the opposite sides. Yeah, that's the thing about this stage. It's not really good for two-player. It's so hard to save each other.
You can parry it, is what they were saying.
It's hard because the jump things.
Yeah.
What? It's still up there.
Here's a real high-class bout.
That is insane, but okay. Okay, I don't want to talk about that. I tried to duck it.
Everything's way too freaking close.
I crouched a mistake trying to jump, bruh.
Oh no! I didn't have that.
All right, it's first stage gun. Okay, we're actually getting better at this. We're beating the first stage pretty early now. Bro. That's why I hate bees.
Aw.
I got you.
Ooh, that was fast.
I need to live somewhere where there's no bees. Fuck.
How are you, gaming?
Here's a real high-class bout.
I'm gonna just use Chaser.
Yeah, I don't feel like aiming. I already have too much stuff to dodge. I don't feel like aiming and dodging. Like, rather just focus on dodging. That hit me? Wow.
Yeah, bro.
There.
Nice. Out.
Just keep
Let
holding
me get
it
on
tight,
your
bro.
side. Get fucked.
I want to parry that so badly, but I don't want to risk dying to it. Fuck. Oh, come on.
Oh, that was so unlucky for me.
Where is she at? I want to ult her ass.
I never use this one. Oh, bruh, that got me killed.
Oh, fuck. Thanks.
I don't fucking like these ones.
I got you. I don't know how I did, but fuck!
Oh no!
Whatever. Don't worry. Just keep shooting it.
Okay, science.
I think we're next. I don't know. Don't play for science. You can win this. I think. I don't know. I believe in you though. Fuck. How far did we get?
Oh, I jumped too high.
Oh, we were so close to the next phase. Okay. We're getting further and further. Maybe if you were maybe if you were nicer to bees, this wouldn't happen. Nicer to bees. What do bees do for me? Fuck.
I'm nice to bees.
What do bees do for me, man?
If anything, I kind of just run away.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm not paying attention to the bombs.
Pollinate flowers? Yap, yap, yap. Whatever.
No. Oh! God, how did I
Pollinate,
lose?
schmollinate. That's not real. Fuck.
Fucking hate those damn things.
They're like bullet bills from Mario.
Oh no. Thank you.
Are they tracking to me or like?
Fuck. Yeah, I think they track.
Okay, I'm ulting her. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
No.
Oh man.
That was unlucky. Oh, we made it back to that phase pretty fast.
Okay, yeah, this chaser thing does crazy damage to this thing, so I'm just gonna spam this. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you killed trying to do it. Okay, I mistakenly jumped in.
Where am I?
Oh my god, look at my ult gain. It's like I'm playing Rivals and playing Moon Knight. Don't hit me. Please, please. Nice.
Shit.
Fuck. Wait, don't die for it. Nice.
Gotcha. Oh.
Where is she? I have ult. Don't get ulted. Oh fuck, he's on top of me. Oh my god, I ducked it. No! I died though.
What, you died?
Yeah, to get you.
Damn. Thank you. But Jesus. Oh, fuck.
What the fuck is this? Oh, that's pretty cool. You have ult.
Oh.
Oh, you don't have the beam
Oh,
on.
it's invincibility.
That's fine. We gotta see what the hell she does anyway. So. Oh, wow.
I guess I have to be in the inside.
Yeah. I don't know if you can dash through her arms. I think it's only the saw part that has a hitbox, but I could be wrong.
You know what? If I have this kind of super, do I even need twin hearts? Maybe I could use coffee.
For super like that.
Although I'm doing pretty well with the twin hearts.
I'm just testing using spread. I think spread is, this thing does insane damage. So, and we're really close. So I'm gonna keep beaming it with coffee. But I'm gonna die stupid fast. I think one of us should be alive for a long time though. I think one of us should use it.
Okay, I'll use it.
But I don't know. If you want to just go full damage, we can.
You know what? I'm not even getting my ult that quick, so it's probably better if I have the 2 hearts.
Fuck. Oh man. Oh yeah, I'm dying. Using this thing is so annoying because I do a lot of damage, but I die so easily. See, it's dead already. I do crazy damage, but like.
Oh yeah, because you have to be close, right?
Yeah, I gotta be stupid close, so I'm dying like crazy. But it's really good at this part, so I can just shred her. Like I'm already close to ult. Wait, not on me. That's not what hit me. All right, Vault, where's she at?
God darn it.
Oh man, she can get me. Oh, thank you though.
Well, I didn't think I was gonna get hit by that.
Okay, I just inted. No, that's on me. I played like shit. Spread is disgusting.
No, really good.
You didn't see that.
A brawl is surely brewing. And begin.
I wish you could destroy those, but you can't.
Okay, I'm just melting my life.
Alright, it's dead. Yeah, look how fast we're getting to that next phase. Can I? Okay, she just spawn killed me.
Yeah, no, I think when you go too high, you lose lives.
Yeah, basically.
How many bosses? This is our second boss, right?
Today? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the first one was a running gun, but. Oh my fucking goodness.
We might have to restart this because.
We can. Yeah, let's just see what happens. We might get really far. You never know.
Let's see how far we go.
Yeah. What the on top of my head is ridiculous. Ah, Vault, where's she at? Spawn in B. Oh, you kidding me. Don't bother, don't bother.
Oh,
no. Yeah, you gotta duck that. Alright, fuck this. This damage is too risky. It's getting me killed. I love the damage, but yeah, I need my life. And hard it up. I think that's all I want to change, yeah. Yo, those hero emotes, stop it. Ew, bro. And he wonders why his emotes get taken down. Like, what?
Here's a real high-class bout.
Those are gooned out.
Now go.
Bro, what?
Here's a real high-class bout. You're up.
I'm taking my time. Bro, that hit me.
God damn, I'm just getting hit.
We can restart if you want.
Just keep going.
Oh my god. Like spawning it directly on top of my head is so evil. Oh my.
God damn it.
Okay, I got you, Smile.
Thank you.
Oh, I just trolled. How'd that emo get through moderation? I have no clue. To be fair, I've seen worse. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stand directly above it then, because the bombs don't spawn when directly above it. Nice.
Aw, man.
Fuck. Oh my god, that's so annoying. What's up, Loma? What are you up to? Have all.
Fuck off.
Goodness, bro. Wow. Yeah, well.
I'm gonna use it on that on the next one, I guess.
Oh, here we go. Last phase. What the? What? It turns? Oh. I don't know how you got me, but good job.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I think that's a chainsaw. Oh! She better not.
Malting it.
No! That was unlucky. Don't worry about me.
Clutch.
We got it, we got it.
Oh my god, I was about to say no! Don't leave me.
Oh, man.
It was left me to die.
Oh, Jesus. Hey, we actually did good on this boss.
Yeah. Good job. Oh, what's over there?
Oof.
Rumors, Honey Bottom. How many bosses are here? Oh, there's a lot. Oof. Oof, this stage got a lot of bosses. Oh, do you want to go to the bottom or the top? It's another running gun stage. You want money?
It don't matter.
Wolfgang. Always taking 10 notes to express 2 notes worth of music. He has no conception of what mean by less is more. Wait, what? I know you agree with me. Go convince that 10-eared clock. You won't listen to me anymore. 10-eared clock. Lie?
I'm back.
Oh. What was this? Oh, that's a boss. Do you want money? Do you want to fight a boss? Or did we look at the bottom?
Let's get money first.
Wait, let's check at the bottom. I think there's another money stage down there as well.
So there's one up there and another. Oh, what was this? We did hers? Oh,
Huh?
she was just commentary.
Yeah, she was just yapping. So you changed from stereo to mono. What? What's this?
And you got this one.
Oh, it's
oh, super.
Yeah.
Here comes a spooky bunch. And begin.
Oh, is mine shorter than yours?
What? Oh wow, we failed.
That was my fault.
Cause what's shorter?
My character.
I
don't think I have automatic parry on mine.
Yeah, you can switch it right now.
Let me switch it. There we go.
The Googles are optimized. You're up.
Oh wait, you have to press it again? Oh, I didn't know that. I never used this thing. That was like automatic for all of them. It's only automatic for the first one.
Oh, why is that guy big?
It's multiple.
This automatic parrying is fun.
Nice. Alright, we got all the supers in the game now. Nice. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness he came back.
You got it.
Those lousy ghosts had me but good. Had me, but good that time. Here's the last magical super art I was able to find for you. Well, time for me to take a powder. Good luck.
Sheesh. There's probably more in the DLC, but that's what we got for now. What?
Maneuver your spirit and bodies.
Whatever that's supposed to mean. We can try it, I guess.
Interesting.
Let me switch. You want to switch off the sugar?
Oh, yeah. There we go.
I can't believe you beat it before getting off. Wait, you thought we were gonna get stuck? I'm pretty good at this. I wonder if there's something new in the shop. Doubt it.
We are.
Yep, we're broken. Never mind. Summon a stand? Ooh. What's this? Not everyone earns a grade A rating, if you know what I mean. And not everyone can maintain that level of quality over time. Consistency, my dear. Friends, that is what it's all about. Then you experience the scintillating sensation that I do. Okay. What's this? Oh, it's another boss. All right, you pick.
Corpse.
Wait, what? Oh, wow.
Oh,
Corpse.
okay. I read it wrong.
You're good. You want money or you want to fight a boss? Oh, okay. You're blood hungry.
I actually do want money. I forgot there was a moolah.
Is that a can? Like Chef Boyardee or something? Or candles? Ow.
Oh, there's fire.
Oh, that is...
whenever they drop, they have fire.
Ooh, parry those. Hey, there's spring thingies. This is pretty fun.
Yeah, I can't fucking... Oh. I couldn't parry that shit. What the fuck?
I don't know. I was doing something. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, yeah, that's hella annoying.
Oh.
Well, I guess I don't need Chaser for this because it's directly in front of us.
I actually cannot jump on that.
Odd. What does this do? What? What is he? Where'd he go? He just scammed me. Oh, hell no. What the fuck? What did he do? You want to fight that or you want money?
I do want money.
Let's go. Let's go get money. Tired of being broke. Nope, can't hop up there. Oh, road's closed. God damn it. That's probably the last area.
Just gotta go the long way.
Yeah. What's up here?
Oh, we haven't gone up there. You want to talk to him first?
Sure. You boys think your situation is a multicolored mess, don't you? But what if I told you there was a way to see it in shades of gray? A way that only a pacifist platformer would be able to perceive. Oh. Would you violent little mugs believe me if I told you that? I wonder. Is that for like the black and white thingy, chat? It's other boss. And there's nothing over here. Oh, there was a coin back here. Wow. They hide coins on the map?
Coins,
oh
bro.
My god, that makes me want to go back. No way. Now I'm about to look at every corner. Oh god. Can I go in here? Nope. That's been a thing this whole time, chat?
Crazy.
Nah, bruh. That's so annoying.
Here.
We could probably be rich by now. Now go. You never know. Is that the same thing we just fought, but different thingy? Oh, it's a run against stage. I forgot. Oh
shit.
Wow. That's... I gotta balance it. I see. Ow. Why is that thing so tanky? Oh, wait. I do no damage. Oh, that's
shit.
Very annoying.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are very annoying.
no! God. Okay, damn it.
What the? He pushed me off!
Can't get you! What?
That guy's an asshole.
Okay.
Okay, he's dead. Well, he's not dead, but you know what I mean.
I think we just need to move fast.
Yeah, we do. We can't waste time because he's just gonna respawn. Oh my.
Shit. Oh god.
It is a running gun for a reason. You gotta keep jumping. You gotta keep jumping. Or it's gonna stay low. Oh fuck.
Oh, you could jump across. Like, should have. Oh fuck.
Gotta keep jumping. Ow! Die, you stupid cat! Or what is this thing? Is it a lion? Oh hell no.
Oh, I died right there too.
Why'd that take so long to die?
So you could jump right across like this.
Because I'm using twin heart.
Okay, that's not what I meant. Fucking goddamn motherfuckers.
Fuck.
Shit.
I
went too fucking close.
I think when it sleeps, you cross it. Oh.
Don't.
Okay, I think when it's sleep, we just jump over it, I guess. I don't know. I don't think we can actually kill that thing. Or if it is, I think it's way too tanky.
Speed run. Oh, there's a bottom platform.
Oh, there is. I didn't see that.
Don't worry about me.
Aw.
I was kind of just running around. Ooh, that was close.
Nice. A little bit of moves, just a little bit. What the fuck are you? What? Oh, do I have? Oh, I have the ghost one on.
Oh, you got it.
Did I?
I think so.
I don't know if I did. I think I did, but whatever. I don't think I'm gonna beat this anyway. What the fuck is that?
No way, they just randomly come out of the ground.
You will never best a bluff. Wait, what did I say?
A line from his nap. God. Oh god.
Oh, come on. I tried the duck. Woo.
Aw, shit.
Okay.
Oh,
what does it do? Hold on. You guys said it does something. I'll use it on the door thing or whatever. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die. I got the coin.
Too fucking much.
Oh, it spawned on top of me. Okay, so you said, wait. For the third super move, you control a ghost using your movement. If you go left, it goes right. Okay.
How's that gonna come in use?
Yeah, how is that better than the beam, though? Does it eat attacks or something for me? Or, like, does it do more damage than the beam? I don't know.
I'm gonna dodge that shit. Q.
It does more damage than the beam? Oh, shit. Interesting. Okay, this is a bad run. You can restart if you want.
This really is, yeah. Fuck.
Don't worry, I'm running it down as well.
Oh, I don't like this one at all.
Same. Wasn't there 2 running gun stages, or was this the only one?
I think this is the only one.
Oh,
Oh, that touched me. Oh my god. Thank you. I freaking hear it. Hear your controller.
Yeah.
Damn, don't worry about me.
I don't know that. Fuck. Damn, he respawns so fast. Oh, that's so annoying. That's an asshole.
Ooh, I finally made that one.
Get on this and I'll go kill him.
Gonna hit? Okay.
Fuck.
Are you on one heart? Oh shit.
Yeah, maybe. Coming back.
Oh god.
Nice.
Okay. Oh my god, you're on one heart.
Might be. Don't worry about it. I believe in you. You can clutch up. Oh fuck. What is that?
What's up with these thingy-majigs?
Oh, it's the fucking door. I forgot. I'm dead. Don't bother. Don't bother. Don't bother. I'm too hot.
Okay.
What? How did you do that? You have ult.
Oh, I do? Oh, wait, what is this?
Walk the opposite direction. Oh, wait, no. Walk into... I think you guys said it went the opposite way. You guys lied. You guys said it went the opposite way.
Are you following me? Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no.
Why is it fucking... I'm fucking opposite prompt. I read it wrong, did I? I'm jumping over. Oh, no!
Oh, no!
How far do we make it? Oh, my God.
Let me go use the restroom real quick.
Beam does 87, Ghost does 127. But it's harder to hit. It's way harder to, I don't know. By all hits landing, do you guys mean like it has to keep spinning on top of the person, or like, because it goes through them? Okay, I'll just trust. I'll trust. I'll trust in it. I read it wrong? Oh, my bad. To get the black and white filter, you need to beat all the running gun stages without killing anything. What? Yeah, I'm good off that. Looks like y'all are doing pretty good tonight. Yeah, we're on fire. It's not that Harvest Smoke Dash. I don't even think I have that yet. Yeah, I didn't buy that. That's the only thing I didn't buy yet. You did it for the black? Nah, I'm not a game completionist or whatever it's called. I'm not a game completionist, so I didn't care to. I don't think I care to do that. Y'all haven't failed a lot compared to the other night. The other night we weren't failing. We were just out of it. I don't know. We were just out of it. Nah, yeah, I completed Elden multiple times. No, this is not harder than Elden Ring. Hell no. No. This is not harder than Elden Ring DLC. Elden Ring DLC. Oh my god. The final boss of the DLC? No, bro. I was stuck on that for like 2 streams. Hell no.
I am back.
Wash your hands.
Yeah?
Hey man, I'm just reminding you.
All right.
Like, I don't know. All right, let's go.
Now go.
She said yes. It was a crazy thing to ask. Some people don't wash their hands. I'm just like, some people forget, you know? Like, I don't know. Fuck.
Oh, we gotta jump over that one.
Yeah, we gotta stop. We're taking too long. All right, hurry up before he respawns.
Fuck you. Oh, hits.
I'm gonna go kill him. Okay. Dude took my fucking life.
Wow. Unfortunate.
Oh fuck. He spawned on top of me. Oh.
Wow. Am I? Lordy.
He's an asshole.
Yeah, fuck you.
Damn. So violent.
Dude, why is he following us? That shit's weird.
He likes you. Did I just ult the damn door? Fuck you.
Also, I'm guessing it does damage.
The spinning thing, yeah, it does 127. The regular, the first beam super does like 90 or something is what chat said. Wow, this guy just won't stay dead. We gotta jump over it.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I'm getting pushed. I can't.
No, it's fine. I kind of hesitated.
Why the Devs? Are we lost our minds? Devs?
No. What's up, belated? How are you doing? Do I want to use this one? I think Pea Shooter might be better.
I think if I'm using spread, since it does so much damage, I think I'd get more value out of invincibility. I'd probably do more damage just standing in front of its face and just gunning him down, compared to using the damage ults if you're using the spread. You can parry the face.
Do you get ult faster from Lobber or Pea Shooter?
Whichever one probably does more damage, because when I use spread, this thing does a lot of damage, so I get ult really fast.
I'm gonna do Pea Shooter.
You're up.
Oh.
It's on.
It's okay, we don't think about it. I gotta jump this one. Oh, stupid.
Oh my god. Wait, I'm curious how long
I
this
lost
would take
so
for me
much
to kill
for
this.
that.
Let me see how long this would take for it. Oh my god, it's so tanky. It's not even like worth me standing there, I think. Or maybe it is. I'll kill it. I'll get the thing. Come on, it works.
Okay. No.
It's all good, it's all good. I still have no life.
Oh, no. There's a coin. We missed it.
Whatever. I'll just keep going just for science. You see how the stage ends. Bro. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Yeah, you can parry the pig and jump on top of it, but the pig has to be at the top.
You, pigs.
Get the coin.
Oh, there's a coin. Fuck
See
you.
that thing in the
Fuck
top?
you. Oh.
Yeah, just kill it. Don't even bother jumping over it. Yeah, vault, by the way. Yeah, you see the pink? You can jump on top of its head and oh, well, that works.
Oh.
It's in there. Who the fuck is that? Is that a Cyclops? I didn't see that.
Well. Ooh,
Oh, why is it still going? This shit almost killed me.
Shit.
I'm killing. Oh, fuck. You want to just kill it? Oh my god, it's pushing me off.
God darn it.
Oops.
Oh. God damn it, I thought I was gonna jump.
Yeah, I'm playing like a bot. No, I'm playing poorly. I'm playing very, very poorly.
Oh, did we miss the coin again?
Probably. That coin. I'm gonna look out for the coin next time. We gotta hurry up before this thing comes back.
Damn.
How we both just died to the same thing. You gotta get me. Uh-oh. Okay.
No, y'all did see that.
Oh my god, that almost hit me. Fuck.
That touched me? Barely.
Wow, this part is actually, like, I lose so much lives on that part.
Me too.
Like, I think we have to just skip it. Standing there is just gonna get you killed.
Gotta save your money. You're right, you're right.
I'll get the coin. That works. Okay, don't forget the coin at the top. I got it. Okay, before we go, do you want to kill the door or do you want to jump over the door?
I mean, I haven't killed it. I mean, jumped over it yet, so
You see
I probably wouldn't want to.
Okay, yeah, just kill it, It's very squishy, actually. Or we can just keep killing it. I'll get the things behind us. These guys just keep coming back. Wow. Oh, this fucker. Okay, we gotta kill this fucker.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus killing this one. Oh, it did nothing.
I think you have to bring it back.
Fuck you.
Do you bring it back while going the other direction, I think?
Cool.
Okay. So what happened in here?
I don't know if
Let's
the
kill
theme's
that first.
break or
Let's kill that
not.
first. Son.
I don't
Son.
think they died.
No, they
yet.
died. Holy shit, I'm out of there.
You better,
go,
you better fucking run. You better.
The fucking big chungus.
Oh no!
I'm not leaving you, dude.
You're crazy.
Lock in, lock in,
You're
lock in.
crazy for that. Where am I?
I don't know, but lock in. Just oh shit.
Oh my god. That's crazy. It's not.
Oh my god, I freaking missed the platform. Oh. I couldn't see where I was landing because I was at the top. Yeah, you're a freaking asshole, bro.
Darn it.
Literally just donating a life to pass. Like we have to actually just donate if we want to get past that guy. It's actually so stupid.
Okay, cool. Gotta make sure we get a coin here.
Yeah, the coin, yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna stay on this side because of the coin. Got it. I'll get the ones behind us. Just keep going forward. Oh my god, that almost killed me. Just gonna take our time.
I got the coin.
Nice.
Oh, that almost killed me. Thank you.
You're fine.
I'm probably not gonna use it.
No. Melt this as fast as possible.
Oh shit.
Are you good? Alright, get ready for parkour.
Oh, I don't have invincibility.
Yeah. I'm not taking that bait again.
Fuck.
I'm gonna ult instantly.
It's probably better to do that. I can't see where I am on the top.
Get on the battle platforms then.
Don't worry about me. I thought I was gonna live that.
No,
oh, no.
I had to jump. I didn't have a choice. It was right behind me. Or maybe I could have waited like a second. Oh no, you can switch your ult.
Let
if
me
you want.
get my invents. Yeah. What time is it? It's 1:39. Okay.
Here goes.
Cannot keep second. Just run.
Yeah,
oh my
it's literally
God.
a dono. It's literally a donation, bro. Like, oh my god, that one's so annoying. So Riley. What the? Oh. Don't forget the coin. I got it.
Oh, got it. Oh, that. Damn it. Oh well.
Don't get too close.
I just gave 3 lives.
It's all good.
2 free lives.
This is dumb door. Oh, it's not door this time. Oh, sorry. I should have got that for you.
It's okay.
Okay. Alright, don't forget that you have ult. Yeah, this game sucks. Yeah, try and play on like the bottom platform so that you can see yourself.
I'm trying to figure out when I'm gonna use it.
Anytime, whenever.
Oh, fuck. God damn it!
I'm not gonna risk it.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, got achievement. Get every coin in all levels. What? Wait, we don't have any more
So
coins
that's all
left.
the money?
I think the other ones are hidden around the map. Either we go back for some and find them, or like, I don't fucking know.
I mean, how many do we
I
know
don't
that
know.
we missed, though?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to have enough money to buy everything in the game, right, chat? If we need all of them, we can go back. Oh, whoops. I
Let's
didn't
go
mean to
get
do that.
the shop.
Well, think carefully about what you're about to buy here.
Well, let's see. Roundabout has great coverage, average damage. I think Roundabout would be good for me.
You have Lobber, you have Smoke Bomb. I'm gonna try Charge. Yeah, that's all that's left. All the other power-ups are in DLC. Goodbye. Charge is best for speedrunning?
For speedrunning?
Let's see what this thing can do. Radical? Oh, Radio Barrage. I thought it said Radical. Highest damage. No rapid fire, so precision is key. So it's like a charge shot. Playing Ultron? Okay, there's several bosses you can pick from.
Yeah, let's do just one more.
Alright.
And then I'm gonna end after this.
This one, or which one do you want to do?
Any's fine, they're all the boss.
Junkyard. Alright. Oh, fuck off,
Oh, it's in the air. Okay.
Fuck off,
I don't even get to use my goddamn.
Oh my god. Okay, what? We can just go to another one. Just literally fuck off with these flying stages. At the bottom. What the hell is that? That's like Bender from Futurama. Alright, well, I'm just gonna... Oh, this game sucks. Yeah, well...
Level.
I gotta change my thing to coffee, too. What is that?
Well, it's gonna try to attract you, I guess? What the hell is that?
What?
This one doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, but I'm kind of sad I didn't get to use my power up. I wanted to try my charge thing.
Yeah, that does suck.
Oh, we could just do a different stage.
Oh, I can't reach
Wait,
it.
it's not taking any damage. Wait, what?
Oh, wait, what?
He's not taking... Oh, you have to shoot the bombs or something? Wait, he wasn't taking his antenna? Oh my god. Okay. Let me adjust my power-ups. Do you want to do this one, or do you want to do a different stage?
I'm fine with this one.
All right. Well, do I want to use Twin Heart or Coffee?
I wonder if I want to do invincibility or not. I think I'm gonna do energy beam.
You can't. Your super doesn't matter for flying stage, remember?
Oh. Damn.
It's always the rocket one or the missile super every time. Right, yeah. The only thing that takes effect here is charm. That's the only thing that you can change. Yeah, I'm gonna just stick with this. Never mind.
Oh, if I dash constantly. Oh wait, I can't dash.
It's a charm, so it should work here. Charms are the only thing that works on flying stages. I mean, I don't know if Smoke Bomb works. I don't have it, but I mean, you can test.
I'm pretty sure if I dash, I parry.
Oh.
So I don't actually dash.
Hmm.
That's fine. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Naoki. How are you?
This match will get red hot. And begin.
Oh, look, he takes damage at the chest.
I think his antenna takes damage too. I think we have to destroy parts of him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna destroy this stupid antenna because this shit's annoying.
I fucking hate whatever the hell these fucking themes are.
I'm ulting his antenna. Or not. Yo, shit. Oh, man.
Okay, I got his heart.
I got his antenna. What the f?
Okay, so it's gonna be the bottom part.
I'm dead.
Where are you?
Dead.
I'm
Okay.
good. It's hot. I don't like it. You don't like the heat? I love
Hot,
it.
damn. You live in like South or something? Or Texas? I'd rather heat than cold, that's for sure. That's just me. Especially after like packing snow, I'm not a fan.
Okay, I got his heart.
Yeah, you focus on the bottom. I'll get the antenna. The antenna's gone.
They're all down now. Oh shit. He has a heart right there. Am I dead? Oh.
I guess I'll just ult the heart. Oh, its heart's broken. What now?
What? Bro, what the fuck?
Dude, heat over cold. I love the heat. Although it's because I get cold really fast.
Heat over cold? Of course. What?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like heat, you can like, you know, fan and stuff.
I can
and fix
withstand
that.
pretty
Yeah,
easily.
heat you can withstand that. Like cold is like, bruh, it's miserable.
I mean, I think the same thing with the cold.
Yeah, but
But I like summer weather.
oh fuck. Yeah, I do too. Other than allergies, I guess.
Because like
What am
you
I supposed to
could
be shooting?
associate with it. I love going to the beach.
I have to shoot his head.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to hit it.
Actually, I wouldn't do that.
Oh my fucking god, these guys are so annoying.
Oh no.
Oh, that's annoying. That's actually really annoying.
We're not even that far. Heat's miserable.
How do you guys hate heat?
I think it's only bad when my feet get really hot when I sleep. Because then I actually can't do anything.
Too hot. But like, that's why you have AC. Oh shit. You got a fan, AC. Hey, I'd rather summer than winter, okay? Oh my god. This antenna is so annoying to hit because all these stupid... It's blocking my hits. It's pulling me? Nice. Okay, it's gone.
Me.
Just shrink. That was my suggestion.
Oh, I totally forgot about my shrink.
Yeah, I'm altering its parts. Alright, has a broken heart. Watch out for the nuke thingy that killed you. Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Why is he still alive? So vicious. Oh, crap.
That was just unlucky.
Chat here instead of my goat.
Instead of...
What's up, Vicious?
Hi, Vicious.
How you been?
Just wear more clothes during winter. But I don't like feeling stuffy.
Hey, Vicious, I got Evo. You in Vegas? I didn't go this year.
Oh, I hate those goddamn things.
Don't tell me you're at the airport. Alright, this antenna's dead. Ow. Flying out tomorrow? Ooh, safe travels, dude. I'm artsing its parts. Here we go. Alright, yeah. This part's annoying. Yeah, you gotta watch out for those. I'm just gonna shoot. Oh, why does it come from behind? That's fucked up. Yeah, you're
trying to destroy it before anything.
Yeah, but they come from behind, so it's like annoying. I think you have to just go for it and pull it back.
I should have expected that.
Yo, this phase is actually very annoying. What? Come through?
I'm flying out tomorrow for a pre-show. Come through to Evo. Oh.
It's Evo. It's the biggest fighting game tournament in the world or whatever. It's in Vegas. I went the last 2 years, but I didn't go this year.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't think she would want to go to Evo.
Why not?
I mean, I guess. I guess why not? Yeah, that's true. Evo was pretty fun. I love going to
So
Vegas.
if I destroy the stomach first.
Will it still do that? Probably not.
Well, I mean, will it get rid of the
thingies?
the little airplanes? Those
Probably. I'm gonna ult it.
Oh shit, you're too close. You're too fucking.
God, this guy is so annoying. He has a broken heart and he's still moving. Why not? I don't know. I just figured that she probably wouldn't, but I don't know. I mean, most of the times, right, Evo are just chilling anyway, so. Vegas is fun.
I wonder if I can make them explode on each other. Like,
on each other would be crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, like, drag the bombs to the head.
I don't know. Oh, onto the head.
But it doesn't, yeah.
Holy fuck.
You know what? I hate this.
I
can't believe you came in.
No, I got you.
Oh my god, I can't believe you came in there.
I have ult. I'm gonna ult the thing. When it. There we go.
Damn, I almost had ult too.
Oh, I couldn't save you because I was ulting.
Oh well, it's fine.
Fuck. Okay. Oh, whoops. I just lost a heart. Oh, again? Damn. I'm going to ult his ass. I don't even know if that hit, but I hope it did.
I saw him turn
This phase is pretty easy. Oh, God.
Don't speak too soon.
Fuck.
No.
Yeah, that phase is free. Hold on. No, I'm speaking too
That was
soon.
pretty far.
That phase is
you guys
free.
use Jimmy Wishes?
What was that?
What do you mean, whore?
This phase is free. Yeah, that beam just keeps switching between me and you over and over.
I'm trying trying to dodge all these
Yeah.
airplane themes.
Die,
that was
antenna.
so unlucky.
I do like no damage to this antenna, so I have twin art on.
God. I keep dying a lot here.
It's all good, it's all good. Oh, fuck you. God damn it, I keep forgetting he does that. Oh my god.
How long did the bombs last?
A while. So it's always bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top. It's going from bottom. Oh, middle? What the? It mixed me.
I just never came from there, yeah. We fucking
I'm ulting it. If I could find this guy. Nice.
Oh, that got me.
You're good. I'm playing with fire. I'm ulting his ass.
I have ult too.
No!
Oh no.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. I didn't want to ult on this phase.
Come here, idiot. Which I'm more pink thingies for me.
A good dodge.
Holy balls.
Oh, nice.
Die, idiot. Thanks.
So that
Were you kidding? W. I wonder, does the 17B emote show for you?
Get double H. I did, I just haven't done any of the emotes.
Oh, I was wondering if you can see the ones from my channel. Oh.
Oh yeah, I can see them. You need to turn in tight circles for it to activate on map. So you could get double HP for boss fights. That's interesting. So I guess we haven't come across the wishes though.
That was a good session. Damn, we cooked.
Eggman kinda, yeah, I was looking at the same thing, Rack.
Wait, we actually went crazy. 1, 2,
We got
3, 4, 5. We did 5
pretty
things.
good stuff today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be my last.
Same. Sheesh. That was fun. That was fun.
I am out of here. How long you been streaming for?
Like 7 hours. I'm basically done now. I'm done. Oh man.
I'm gonna look for a
Wait till like being goated. I'm not goading.
double
I'm
raid.
not goated. I'm just average.
There's actually someone I do want to raid.
I'm average. Mid. There's a game.
This was good. It really was good progression. It really, really was.
Yup. Hope you have safe travels, Vicious. I'll be watching, of course. These players.
Let's raid Miss Youngie. That's what I'm gonna raid.
Link me. Link me. I don't. Oh, I see it. I'm on.
You got her?
She just ended.
She's ending?
She just ended.
No! Oh.
This official sick. Oh, you took my references? Yeah. I can definitely see the inspiration. Oh man. Got someone? Did you find another person?
No.
All my peoples are not on rivals or something. They're all on fighting games.
I might just end.
Up to you. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. Don't matter. A word. Right, chance to play DLC? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'll just raid Death.
Bet.
I haven't raided him in a minute.
Bet. Actually rated me like yesterday, I think. It's perfect.
Alright, everyone. Good night. We're rating death. I don't know what 2K streaming means.
Whoa, wait. What? It didn't work. What? 2K streaming is 1440p. Do you have raids off?
No, I have raids on.
No, death. Won't let me.
Like a raid command? Wait,
No, it won't
why
let
am
me
I not
raid
raiding?
him. It won't let me raid him. He has raids off.
Oh, I
he's
wonder
doing,
why.
I think he's doing something. He doesn't want people to raid him or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Well,
wait, that's so
I might
awkward.
just end there.
Alright.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Oh, good night, guys. Good night. W stream, guys. Good progression.